Happy Wednesday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. I'm laughing at you guys' comments. I try to play it off. But you guys are freaking hilarious, man. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. I thank you guys for being here with me. Yes, as you guys saw my thumbnail there, Dr. Fauci was questioned today, and every single answer was by the advice given to me by my attorney, legal right, blah, blah, blah. I played the Fifth Amendment, blah, blah, blah. I'm guilty. Every single question. He definitely did not answer any of them. Now they're thinking about putting him to vote to see if we can put him on the content, because apparently he had a testimony. He had an opening statement, and he decided not to answer any of the questions. I will say this. He looks hella guilty. It looks hella guilty. There is no hiding it. There is no question. He is lying the whole time. Listen, I listened to it for you, okay? Now, we can play it. If you want to, we can play it. Okay, I can try to go find some spots in there that we can listen to. There's a couple of people in there that did a pretty good job of bringing up all these things. And I will say this, just right off the bat, Rand Paul, I don't like Rand Paul anymore. Because when he started out as a Republican, he was kicking ass and he was making sure, that the American people was being represented. But then as time goes by, it seems like, he's been siding with the Democrats. And let's be honest, it's not really that I think that Democrats is bad. No, it's the corrupted politicians that are in the Democratic Party right now are the bad ones. I want to separate that because there is good, I hope that there is some good Democrat people out there. But Rand Paul has been taking, the side of that, like, with things like, with bills that we think that are important, things that should be going through that are good for Americans. I just can't believe some of the things that he has voted on against us is just ridiculous. And so, maybe he's trying to redeem himself, with this bringing Fauci, diary and all these other stuff up to light. But I want to say this, it's like deja vu to me from when I felt my American rights were violated, when I was forced to take a jab, when I was threatened that I was going to lose my job, when I was threatened that I was going to be the lunatic going to jail, when they were making our police officers, look like criminals, when they were putting military people, kicking them off of the military because they refused the jab, this kind of unconstitutional things was probably just the beginning. And I think that so many things are happening right now. I tell you, right now I see everything at once. I know you don't understand the way my brain works. Obviously, you don't, and I don't understand the way your brain works. But I'm going to tell you this. I see everything at one time. Like right now, I can see, like the Ukraine, Israel, the United States. I see Iran. I see the military. I look at the things that are going on in the school here in our country, the shootings here in Seattle, the mayor, the governor. I see everything all at once. And I got all this information, and I even think about Native Americans, and I think about the Native history, and I think about the history from Central America, and I think about socialism and communism, and the things that all of these things that have happened. It's all there at once, and it drives me nuts. I'm sorry, it fucking drives me nuts to have all these things in my head all at once. It's like I wish I had a normal brain where I can just think of one thing and just see that the whole time. You don't understand. It's like I'm playing chicken on a very high-speed traffic freeway. It's like all these things are fucking going through, and I still have to concentrate to be able to get on just one line. It's crazy. I wish that you understood the way my brain works. People that say that I don't have ADHD, fuck you very much. You don't know how hard it is for me to be able to do the things that I do in my life. Man, you know what I'm saying? It's just like I try to hold myself accountable for things. You know what I'm saying? I take responsibility for my mistakes, for my actions, my decisions, everything. I acknowledge all of it. But it drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. Why do you think I don't have patience for anybody else's stupidity? I got to put up with my own stupidity. Man, I'm so sorry. I didn't get a chance to make my coffee. I apologize. I'm telling you, man. I'm a hopeless man. I suffer from a heavy addiction, and it shows. It shows when I don't have my coffee. So at some point, when you allow me, I will get my coffee going. You know, I maybe one day I'll give you a little tour of what my little studio here at home looks like. Some of you guys I've gotten pictures of it. You know, you guys will see the green screen in the back and the paint and all these other things that I have. And I got my 3 monitors, you know, and I got multiple cameras, but I only use one camera here. And the reason why you don't see more of, you know, the whole layout here is because, well, I have 3 monitors in front of me, you know, and I hate putting the camera up here and I'm going to be looking up to you like this. You know, I hate that. So it has to be right here. You know, I got my PS5. When I have some time, boom, I grab this monitor right here and I play my PS5 games, you know, and I play my computer games here. And, you know, and then I'm still listening to the news. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm playing my game, I'm listening to the news, and I'm watching it on this monitor while I'm playing my game here. And then also my PlayStation here sometimes. And then so I have my blender for my protein shakes. And then I have my coffee maker over here with my mushroom coffee, etc. I mean, I have this like big mess in here of a studio, and you know, I got my audio equipment. I got, you know, my monitors being, you know, used to. Anyway, you know, I got so much shit in here. You guys won't even believe it. You guys won't believe it. You guys probably think that I'm just. Remember when I go to in my car and I do my lives on my phone. Oh my gosh. That's the easiest thing I can do, you know, and it's nice because I'm out and I'm looking outside and I'm looking at nature, you know, and all kinds of crazy shit. It drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. You know, I used to play a lot of Destiny 2. Destiny 2 was one of my favorite games for a very long time because I come from an age of Halo. I love Halo. Halo was my most favorite game, and I'm starting to forget the names and some of the scenes, but Halo was the thing that did it for me. I have Edge of Empires, you know, the newest one. I like to play Command and Conquer games. I did Halo Wars. Yeah, that was kind of mediocre. You know, I have DC Universe Online, which I haven't played in a very long time because it's just turned me off. There's a lot of woke shit in it. There's a lot of LGBTQ. Guys, they put a pussy on Superman. I kid you not. They put a pussy on Superman. No joke. And they made a trans woman. They made a trans woman Superman. It's crazy. I'm telling you, it drives me nuts. It drives me nuts. So I haven't played that for a while. And then I have, I have an old, the Terminator, you know, the Terminator game. And then I got a couple of other games in here that I don't play anymore. But Gauntlet was one of them. Gauntlet was one of my favorite games as well. When I was a teenager, that was decades and decades ago. But I really love those games. Anyways, you know, I'm going to thank you, Pam. I will make my coffee here in a little bit. I'll be patient. I will make my coffee here in a little bit. And where the hell is my shit? Where's my mug? I have to go out to the kitchen. This staff is all about to get fired. Secretary sucks. Audio guy sucks. The lighting guy sucks. The camera guy sucks. This whole crew is about to get fired. Can't believe it. Anyways, let me go ahead and say hello to you guys in here. That's a big-ass rant, bro. Man, I'll get serious. You know, talking all this shit, it takes some of that freeway craziness out of my brain, and I'm able to kind of focus in on what I really want to say. So, my man, how are you, brother? Good to see you on here. Robert, of course, is up and alert, making sure that I don't clown on his elderly mid-morning nap. He doesn't like it when I call his elderly naps. Cool Cat Renee, good to see you on here, my South California friend. My brother always supporting me from the far, far away distance, from the far, far away land. Mac Vic, how are you? Good to see you in here. Says, howdy fuckers, what's going on? I got a bunch of crazy ass members on my team. I love it. I love it. Who else do we have in here? Let me see. Fuck your feelings. It's here as well. Fauci plead the Fifth Amendment over 70 times. Bro, I think you said over 70 times, so I guess, yeah, you're right. It's a lot. The whole thing was, I plead the Fifth. I plead the Fifth. He did not answer one freaking question, says Mr. Stripe. Stripe 69. It's a funny number. It's a funny number. Dosito in the house. How are you, brother? It's good to see you on here. Thank you for being here. Thanks for joining. And my sister, Pamela Hernandez. I love that name. The whole name is awesome. Pamela N. Hernandez. I love the whole name is fantastic to me. Hernandez was the last name of my best friend in Honduras. His name was Luis Hernandez. And, we did a lot of homework together. The guy was sharp. He was dedicated. True story. He used to have a small handkerchief, like a handkerchief all the time. Why? He would use a handkerchief, and he will put it on the collar of his shirt. Because in Honduras, especially back then, it's still dusty, but back then there was the roads were all dirt roads, and so we collected a lot of that dust, and when we sweat it, well, it will get stuck in the collar, of the shirts. And then he will have another handkerchief, and he will put that on the notebook. So when he writes, his hand is not sweaty, and the pages of the notepad of the notebook is not getting dirty. The guy was phenomenal. We were all 5 students. 5 to us is an A grade here in the United States. So we have 2, 3, 4, and 5. Those are the scores that we have instead of, F, D, C, B, and A. So we were all 5s all across, and we were so proud of that. We worked so hard together. We stay away from gangs. We stay away from bad company. We always stuck together. If I had money, I would buy lunch for both of us. If he had money, he would buy lunch for me. We never went hungry. We always had each other's back. And we used to have this, not us, because his dad used to sell eggs, which, by the way, they call them huevero, right? The Eggman. And people used to make fun of him because of that. But I always say, shut the fuck up. The guy, the dad has his own business. Yeah, he's selling eggs. It's an honest living. I was always taught like that with my mom, that it's always good to make an honest living. You don't have to be, a big, company guy. I always thought, my mother taught me. I always thought that you have to be appreciative of the good things in life, but you also have to be proud of honest work. You know what I'm saying? So anyways, he used to have this bike. Now, his bike, we used to have to go, I don't know, maybe 5 kilometers. I don't know how long it was, maybe 5 miles. I don't know. It's such a long way, but at least it felt like that's, back then. But so we used to ride the bike, and it was almost an uphill a lot of times. And so we will take turns pedaling up the hill. And, man, such great stories, man. So such great memories. The college that we went to doesn't exist anymore. Maybe, I don't know, maybe the next time that I go to Honduras, I will take my drone. I'll fly around the property of the old college. It's just really torn down and everything. But, man, what a fantastic memory that just popped into my head. I love it. I come from a third world country. Before my father died. As a matter of fact, let me share this with you guys, if I could. Last night, I started thinking that I think I want to write a book. And I started thinking, how am I going to write this book? And I started thinking of ways of, you know what, this is where my life started, and the way that I can remember things, from my childhood. I don't remember what game I was playing, but the first memories in my whole entire life, there's flashes of memories, but the first memory that just I remember from my childhood is coming into the house, 4 years old, coming into the house, a bunch of people around. There's a casket in the middle of the room. I don't know what that is. I don't know what a casket is. I don't know what's in it. All I know is that I grabbed a chair and I looked inside and I saw this man, but I didn't recognize him. I didn't recognize him at all. And I just went about my business. And this is where my life starts. That was my father. My father was a businessman. He became sort of a partner with the Caterpillar company, which is right now I think is a rental company now. But there was a big construction back in Honduras, and they used to make the roads and all this stuff. And so he used to drive the big dump trucks, and some of the heavy equipment. And so he would make a lot of money. We never had need for food. There was always abundance of everything, And as far as my mother tells me, is even better than what I say. But he used to drink a lot. He was a heavy drinker. He was an alcoholic. The crazy thing is this. He quit drinking. Okay? He did. He quit drinking. And since the day I was born, this is what my mother tells me, and my brothers corroborate this. Since the day that I was born, what a blessing and what a curse at the same time. Since I was born, my father decided to quit drinking. And he changed. Became a better man for everything. And one night, he was on his way back home. Now there's mountains in Honduras, and there's this really narrow roads that you have to drive. And he wasn't driving; his partner was driving, and his partner was drunk. I don't know why my father let him drive. I really don't know. But the thing is, the guy lost control, and so the dump truck, it started falling downhill. Well, my father, instead of, staying in the truck because, he wanted to save his life, he tried to get out the window and he jumped down the hill. The back of the dump truck cut him in pieces on the way down. And so they had to sew his body up and everything. That's probably why I didn't recognize him. It was a very violent death, according to what the experts described to my mother. And so, this is life. This is where it starts. And maybe a little traumatizing to know that. But, at 4 years old, I didn't know any better. I didn't know anything about it. All I know is that I miss my father, And so my mother was such a great mother, always gave me great advice, always work hard. This is why I think females are probably one of the strongest species on earth. Yeah, we can have muscle. Yeah, we can, physically, we are stronger in that way. But women are so special. It's crazy to even describe a woman because a woman is so fragile. A woman it's so strong. A woman is so caring, but at the same time is like a fiery beast, that will fight and die for their children. And my mother had to be a housewife and also be the breadwinner, And I mean, my mother put all women up here to me. My mother made me look at women different. I love women. I think women are fantastic. I think women are fantastic. I really do. And I don't know. Maybe this is why it pisses me off. When I hear of groups that don't appreciate women, I really do. I get pissed off about it. It triggers me a little bit. And unfortunately, we're fighting this religion that has been invading our country. We have had Christianity build in this country, and everything that we have has been built by Christianity values. And so I get very defensive. I know Mohammed, good morning, brother. I get very defensive, when Muslims are telling us what to do. When Muslims are telling us that Allah is the true God. Well, you know what? Before Allah, the true God, in their view, was here, our God was providing for us. Our God has created us to be the strongest, best, most wonderful country on earth. In just 250 years, we are the most powerful nation in the world compared to other nations who have gods, thousands of gods for thousands of years, and they got nothing to show for. They self-destructed themselves multiple times. So I get defensive about that, and I had such childhood that my mother protected me. But there was so many children that were molested, that were raped, that were taken. And so when I listen to this Islam, religion thing, it bothers me in so many levels. And I'm sorry if you want to believe that's up to you. But it bothers me in so many levels that I can't, in good conscience, say anymore that okay, I'm going to accept Muslims in this country. I just can't do that anymore. And it seems like the more America accepts it, the worse they get, the more ballsy they get, the more they think they own this country. They have the courage to go out there and tell people, we're going to take over, bitch. We're going to outbreed you Americans, and we're going to take over. Like, they don't care. They don't care. And a lot of Americans are just like, no, okay, take over. No. You got to fight. This country hasn't become what it is today because people just laid down and took it. No, they had to fight. So, so I have that, and the fact that they say that, oh, Sharia law, it allows me to go and rape women as long as they're not Muslims. I can't handle that. No, hell no. I can't accept it. I just can't accept it. You know what I'm saying? So I get all these things that bother me. And I think so great of women that when men degrade them, I'm not down with that. I don't listen to hip hop like I used to. They're always degrading women. Now we have women degrading themselves. And this is not what I was brought up to see of women. I'm going to say this. I've been with more than I can count, but I can tell you this. Never did I say or did I think, this is just a piece of meat. No, I always search for a relationship. Unfortunately, a lot of the women, that's just not what they want. But that's what society has created. I still believe that women are better than what they say. I really do. And so, I don't listen to rap. I don't listen to hip hop. I still remember some of the songs. Yeah, some of them are catchy, but at the end of the day, all I know is from this new culture of music or style, this whole sexual perversion that has been multiplied. For Pete's sakes, they put it on the Super Bowl. Garbage in the Super Bowl. Sexual deprivation in the Super Bowl. Children, minors, watching this sexual deprivation. This country needs to be fought for. It needs to be defended. It's not the strong that need defending. It's the weak that need defending. And because we have a lot of weak Americans, and we have been invaded by tens of millions of illegal immigrants and foreigners and enemies that don't like us, that are envious and want to destroy us, I can't stand for it. You know what I'm saying? I have to continue to deliver the truth. I have to continue to open eyes. If you call yourself a Muslim, you got to prove to me that Muslims are good. But the moment that you start reading the Quran, you find that you are not good, that you should not be a Muslim. The moment that you start talking about morality, the first thing you want to say is God doesn't exist. Why? Because you want to be a pervert. You want to be sexually depraved. I don't know if that's the word. Depravado sexual. I don't know what depravado means in English. Let me look it up real quick. I'm telling you, I'm a better speaker in Spanish. I really am. Let me see. Let's see. Yeah, depraved. Sexually depraved. And it's just like you go out there and they're acting and they're doing all these crazy things out there. You just can't have that. I'm sorry. You just can't have that. Listen, I don't care if you believe in God, you don't believe in God. I get it. I get it. But I just can't be on your side. I can't support that. Bottom line, okay? Bottom line. Now, with that being said, let me get back on point here. We already got some people. Oh, man. This guy, I swear, these trolls, they come into my life sometimes just so I can cuss them out. You know what I'm saying? Like, they love it. They love it. Green Substance, how are you? Good to see you. Mr. Reed, welcome back. Welcome back. I know you've been in here, but you know how it is when I start talking. I got to get my point across. Hopefully, I can get my point across. Vet for Democracy is like, I have been merciful with him. I haven't put him into jail yet. Normally, I put him in jail for like 3 or 4 months. The thing is, he keeps coming back. You know why? Because he got PTSD. That's why he can't agree with me. That's why he don't like me. But the inner side of him knows that I'm right, knows that he needs me to tell him how it is. So when I call him a piece of shit, he knows he is. He knows. That's why he keeps coming back for more. That's just how I see it. Oh, man. Let's see what else we got. Anybody else is making some good comments on here. McVick already say hello. Jason Martin, General in the house. Good to see you on here. Appreciate you. I love my veterans in here, man. I love my veterans in here. Mohammed, nah, man. I'm going to tell you this, Mohammed. I think that you are still exploring the truth. I think you like the idea that Muslims have a deeper connection to nature and God. But they don't. It's very deceitful. It's a very deceitful religion. It's a political movement who has copycat some of the sayings, some of the words from the Bible. They wouldn't speak about Jesus except Jesus was powerful. The knowledge, the teachings of Jesus Christ are so powerful that Muslims recognized how powerful it was and they adopted it into their Quran scriptures. Guarantee it. 100%. 100%. Good morning, Lisa. How are you? Oh, there should be 74 likes, she says. Don't worry about it. Some people just, they're just scrolling through. That's one of the things that people don't understand. You can have, like right now, we have 60 views, 60 viewers, 60 people watching. And what it is like there's people just going through, they leave and the new person comes in and they leave and then the next person comes in and they leave. If they don't like it, they don't like it, etc., right? But at the end of the day, the reason why you guys see me that sometimes I hit 160,000 views, those are just views, I am averaging about 1,500 hours, 1,500 watch hours. And I understand that not everybody can sit here with me for a whole shift of 6 to 7 hours, which is what I do. But, it's throughout the day, people have a few minutes to come in and watch and listen. And so that's why I get a lot of views on there. So don't think that I'm over here, like they say, grifting or paying for views or paying for likes. No, it's nothing like that. It's something that comes through the feed and just people coming in, people coming out. I have good patrons in here. I have a lot, some not a lot, but I got some members. I would like to have at least 1,000 members. I think if I have 1,000 members, I'll be very comfortable doing this, fantastic, without any worries whatsoever, and I can have a better setup, etc. But with that being said, it's, that's why I get a lot of views, because I'm here for hours. It's not just a 15-minute clip that just, a million people watch. No, it's not that. I'm not popular like that. So don't hate when you see me hit 30,000, 50,000, 100,000, 150,000 views. It's really not that important. If I was sponsored, if I had a sponsor that I believe in, then I will actually be promoting that as well. And I'll be making money off of it, of course. This is not a show just for the hell of it. This is a job. This is a job and sort of an investment, to make money in the future. Yeah. Let's see. Sergeant Searer in the house. Good to see you on here, Mr. Marcus. Prophet Muhammad has slaves, dude. Yeah, you know. Well, you guys, what you guys don't understand is, slaves, at one point, it changed. So, for example, if you had a slave, yeah, I want to give you the best example that I can give you. Okay. The Egyptians, they have servants who were called slaves because they had masters. The rich Egyptians, the hierarchy, you know, they had servants. Those servants were slaves. Now, these servants were wearing nice clothes. They had to smell good. They had to be clean because they would be in the house. And then you had the Hebrew slaves. These slaves wore shackles. They worked the dirty, the heavy work. You know what I'm saying? They were sacrificed for building and this and stuff. So you have different things of slavery. A servant that has a master. It belongs to the master. They don't wear shackles. You understand? They don't wear shackles. They're treated differently. So, yeah, this is the customary thing to do. you had servants. That's your slaves. So the word slaves now today has a whole different meaning than what it really had back then. I just want to point that out. So, this is why the Muslims think that women are slaves, because the women belong to them. That's why they think women are just as low as slaves are, because they own them. That's why they can have concubines. And they can have sex with any concubine, and they can have multiple wives. Because why? Because they're the master. They own the women. They own the booty. You know what I'm saying? That's why they look at it that way. So you guys got to get a little bit educated on that kind of sort of things. Let's see. What else do we have in here? Anti-doofus, don't start, bro. Don't start. Yeah, sure. You can call them a tariff. What's an excise tax? What is that? It's a tax. How come they don't just call it a tax? Excise tax. They put a different name to the tax to be able to put that on the people, and the people just fucking pay it. There's no choice. We had to pay it. Justin says that COVID was manufactured to keep the people locked up and implemented. Brad, this is the truth. This is the truth. We have known this for a very long time. We have known that COVID-19 was created to oppress the people, to see how much control they actually had on the people. Donald, good morning. How are you, my great patriot man? Good to see you tuned in. Tanya, how are you? Good morning, sis. Good to see you on here as well. I says it as I says it. I don't catch everybody, but you know what? Dr. Fauci, every single question he was asked, I plead the fifth. Oh, my God, bro. How do I start with trying to make sense for everybody? How do we connect with people? How do we tell the truth, so that people understand why we have to protect this country, why we have to stay alert, why we have to vote for Republicans right now? Where do I start? We started with women. Okay, the Muslims have no respect for women. Women are just slaves to them. They own women. That's the biggest thing. And then, being a Christian country, Muslims believe that they can go and rape any woman as long as they're not Muslim women. So any Christian woman, even if you don't believe in God or you don't have a religion, they can rape you, and it's okay because that is part of their law. Marrying minors, prepubescents at that. Before women get their period, they can already marry them. And what's crazy is that if a little girl turns 8 years old and she has a menstrual cycle, she is now ready to get married and procreate. Isn't that crazy? That is demonic. It is demonic. It is demonic. With that being said, our enemies cannot destroy us. They know that we can destroy them. Now, I'm going to say this. Socialist countries, as much as you on the left, or, maybe not you, but people that you know, as much as you people on the left think that socialist countries are the best way to go, well, let me tell you what those socialist countries are doing today. They are doing mass deportations. That's right. They're starting to understand that socialism doesn't work. Why? Socialism doesn't have an incentive for anybody to want to create a business. Socialism's incentive is, here is some wealth. Come and get it. That's it. There's nothing else. There's nothing else. And I think that a lot of people miss that point. They don't understand why we say that. Well, because this is what they say. It is the truth. Now, I have heard many Muslim leaders advising out in the open, and you have libtards like the Vet for Democracy. Libtards like that help these Muslim leaders, and they say, become mayors, become city councilmen, become governors, get into Congress, become senators, become judges. This is how they take over a country. They're not stupid. They're very low IQ because they think we were not going to catch them, but we do. So now you have this radical Muslim, I call him. What's his name? The guy from, I think is from Michigan, right? I think he's running for mayor in Michigan. Yeah, I think he's a radical. He started saying that he was a socialist Democrat. Well, now he's not. Now he says he's a capitalist. Please. We know your lies. We know Satan. We know he's a deceiver. We always fight against deception, don't we? We got to stick together. We have to vote the right way. And I am glad to see that there's a lot of Americans waking up. Does anybody know? I didn't see confirmation. Did the Save America Act pass the Senate already? Let me find out real quick. Let's see. Let's see. No, the Save America Act has not passed the Senate. The strict proof of citizenship voting bill remains stalled due to a lack of votes to overcome a Democratic filibuster. I thought they said that 7 or 13 Democrats voted for it. Was that in Congress? Somebody help me out with that. Let's see what AI says. Let's see. 48 of 50. Most notably, June 26th Amendment attempt failed in 48 of 50 vote when 4 Republicans broke ranks to vote against it. These are the rhinos that piss us off. We vote for Republicans so that they, in Congress and the Senate, so that they can help the president run the agenda that we voted for. And it's crazy that these sons of bitches are not doing any favors for us, the American people, who they're supposed to be working for. Let's see. What else do we have? What are you guys talking about here? Let me see. South America has not passed the Senate. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Robert. Appreciate it. I know there's a delay on the live, so that's okay. No worries about that. But why don't we go ahead and get the first clip, and this is Crazy versus Common Sense. Michigan Republican candidate reacts to rising socialism. It is crazy. I like Peter Ducey. Now I haven't watched these clips. I grabbed these clips so that I can watch them with you. Okay, so let's take a listen and see what Peter has for us. Here we go.
With Michigan's primary just around the corner, the top progressive candidate, Abdul El Sayed, is trying to distance himself from socialism, despite having a long-standing relationship with the Democratic Socialists of America. For more on this, we're going to bring in the Michigan Republican Senate candidate, Mike Rogers, who could be going up against El Sayed in November. So, Mr. Rogers, why are so many people in Michigan so drawn to a Democratic socialist?
Well, I'm not sure how many it actually is, but the energy of the left in the Democrat Party is alive and well. People forget Bernie Sanders won Michigan when he ran for the Democrat nomination for president. There's this, we call them Minnesota Democrats here in Michigan, who are just far left. And the DSA, by the way, Democrat Socialist America, have announced that they're coming to Michigan, and they're here knocking on people's doors, making phone calls, dropping lit for higher taxes, for less freedoms, for bigger government, for open borders and open prisons. They're out there talking about this message. And for whatever reason, there's a young bent in America, it's not just here, who's buying into this siren song that socialism is going to make your life easier if you just give up more freedoms to the government. Good news is we're a common sense state, so they're not going to take on this crazy notion of what Abdul is selling. And I think it's his to lose, by the way. He's outperforming the Chuck Schumer candidate by leaps and bounds. And I really do think he's going to pull this out, and it really will be crazy versus common sense come November. And I think Michigan's the work belt of the United States is going to reject that.
One of the co-chairs of the Democratic Socialists was just on Fox News Sunday rolling out their official platform. Listen to this.
Abolish the Senate. True. Okay. Replace the presidency and Supreme Court as we now know them.
Yep.
Abolish ICE.
Absolutely.
Abolish borders and give amnesty to anyone currently in the U.S. illegally.
As a long-term plan, yep.
Defund the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
Abolish prisons, at least in large part.
Yeah, again, that as part of a long-term program, yeah.
Okay, so no prisons. Government or public ownership of most large corporations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mike, if MAGA had this big moment a decade ago, MAGA, Make America Great Again, what do you call this platform?
Disaster. I mean, it's actually immature. I mean, think about this. We have China has nuclear weapons pointed at us. So does Russia. Iran is trying to get a nuclear weapon. They've committed to that over and over, despite what's going on. And they want to just eliminate the Department of Defense. It is absolutely immature. And some notion that anybody can just walk into the United States, that has been a disaster. You know, since the president secured the border, we've had a 20% drop in murders. Think of that, 20%, which means how many of those were criminals coming to a community near you? And because we've had an immigration service that actually fines murderers and rapists and aggravated assault and burglars, which we had a big ring up here in Michigan from Chile, boy, all of that is almost gone. And it's because we secured the border. It seems like they don't care about average American citizens. And by the way, the kinds of things they're preaching on the economy mean you get less choices and a lot more taxes. And oh, guess what? The government is going to make big decisions for you. And for Michigan, it's like they're going to pick the next car for you, and it can't be a gas-powered car, which puts out hundreds of thousands of workers here in Michigan. They are a disaster. And what we're hoping to do is once Abdul gets through the primary, and it's his to lose, as I've said, we're going to be able to point out an America that is about prosperity, individualism, and the future being your own person, doing your own good in your own way, which we've stood for, since we became a nation that built the largest middle class in the world, that has done more good in the world than any other nation probably combined. Guess what? I think that notion of liberty and justice and protecting our families and our freedoms, I think that wins every single day.
And something you were just talking about, I've noticed in my 15-ish years of campaign travel, there is, even though the policies are so different, there is a lot of overlap in the crowd at a Bernie Sanders rally and the crowd at a Donald Trump rally. And so these DSA candidates, they are trying to tap into something. We will see how successful they are in these primaries ahead of the midterms. Mike Rogers, thank you very much for being here. Good luck.
Thank you.
Common sense, not so common on the left for some reason. I know I saw the mute button. Before you say anything, the first words would be muted. I apologize. I told you, man, the sound guy, the video guy, the light guy, this graphics designer, these guys suck. This team sucks. I need to get a new team of real experts to come in here and work for me. Let's go ahead and get to our clip here caught up with Democrats paid a fortune to bury this. Jesse Waters' clickbait title is forcing me to play this clip. I want to know what it's all about.
Fox News Alert, we just got our hands on the Biden tapes, and now we know the truth. Over 70 hours of unfiltered, raw recordings between Joe and his ghostwriter were just made public by the DOJ. For years, the Bidens have been trying to keep you from listening to these tapes. The Bidens and the Democrats paid lawyers a small fortune to bury them. Why? They're pretty bad.
I'm in Munich, but after Angela Merkel, president's working lunch with, hang on a second. It's confusing me. I was going to ask you something else. Oh gosh. I can't think what it is.
This wasn't when Biden was president. These tapes are 10 years old. Right after Biden was Barack's VP, he tried to write a book, but couldn't remember a thing, not even the names of his own staff.
I had the team that said, including the two guys who I think were with me, were, the guy at Princeton now, the economist, good guy, was our chief economic advisor, not Kaufman, think of his name, and the guy back out at the University of Chicago with a funny name, I'll think of it.
Goolsby is one.
Goolsby.
Yeah, Goolsby is in Chicago.
And the other guy's at Princeton.
Yeah.
I should write the name down so I don't keep forgetting.
This proves Biden's brain was fried in 2017. But 10 years later, when he was even more deteriorated and falling asleep during debate prep, this is what the media told you.
Start your tape right now, because I'm about to tell you the truth. And F you if you can't handle the truth. This version of Biden, intellectually, analytically, is the best Biden ever.
Tapper wrote a book about how everybody knew Joe was cooked, but they had to stop Trump, so they lied to you. They even raided Trump's house for classified documents after Biden bragged about having an illegal skiff in his garage.
So this was early on, in '09, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs. Some of this may be classified, so be careful with it. I'm not sure. There's no more classified, but the next thing I have here is, this is classified.
This is probably something that goes to the presidential papers.
I don't think so. It's in between. I didn't want to turn them in. Right.
They prosecuted Trump for the crimes Biden committed and admitted to. Then when Fauci shut down the country, they hid Biden in the basement, flooded the zone with ballots, pulled the big guy across the finish line, and then went on an auto pen bender with spending and DEI. Then an hour before Trump got inaugurated, in the bitter cold, whoever was controlling the auto pen pardoned Fauci. Why? Did Fauci lobby for a pardon? We'll find out tomorrow when Rand Paul asks him under oath. Did he have a guilty conscience? Well, he did fund gain-of-function research at a sloppy lab where a virus escaped and left 1 million Americans dead. He shut down the American economy on a whim, lied about the vax, crushed kids with school closures, and destroyed the First Amendment. Besides that, he's totally innocent. Be sure to like and...
Besides that, he is totally innocent. Guys, listen, everything that we have told you, it's not because we're watching Fox. Come on. We're not stupid. We pay attention. We know what's happening. We just don't want to look like fools, just believing every single lie just because somebody doesn't like Trump. I've always said this. If you want to argue with things, if you want to argue with things with us, you need to seriously stop with the fucking TDS. I'm serious. You got to stop it. You will never be able to have a real conversation with any of us if you continue to just say Trump is a devil, Trump is a pedophile. For Pete's sakes, you're not going to learn anything. Do you understand? Stop thinking about Trump if you can for 10 seconds and actually pay attention to what the hell is going on around us. Our whole country, do you understand? The whole country was shut down. Schools, work, everything. Your rights were taken away with an excuse of COVID. And many paranoia, crazy-ass fucking people were the reason why they got away with it. You can't make this up. In the meantime, you have all these other people on the left who are doxing ICE agents. They're doxing people like me who speak the truth. They are doxing political opponents. They are doxing people who are actually fighting to protect this country. Let me tell you something. If you are American and you are fighting me with this, you are a piece of shit. Everybody else, remember, we got millions of illegal immigrants, and that brings millions of people that do not like us, that are envious. There is a lot of people that they really believe that this country is white, and to punish them, they want to take away your wealth. They want to take away your rights, your freedoms. Do you understand? You have third world country shithole dwellers coming into our country, becoming citizens, and running for Congress, for the Senate, to tell us how to run the country. Do you understand what that means? Can you make sense of what I just said? You have third world country shithole dwellers coming to America. They become citizens, get into Congress and the Senate, become mayors, become governors, because they have the majority of those illegal immigrants who have gotten TPS, who have gotten papers, who are now voting for them. These are the people that come from failed countries, failed systems, failed religions, failed economic systems. And they come and tell us, a successful, very young, 250-year-old, most powerful nation in the world, most prosperous nation in the world, and they're going to come over here and tell us that we need to change our government? Hey, Maria, how are you? Good to see you here. Do you see what I'm saying? Are you hearing what I'm saying? I want your participation. I want your participation. I want you to know this. American people, if you're born here, I want you to know this. There is a lot of more migrants, as myself, who are a benefit to this country. I want you to understand something. Now, listen, nobody's perfect. A lot of people are very emotional, and I understand that. You got to give them the benefit of doubt because of emotions, okay? We are humans. We do have emotions. But I want you to understand something. There is a lot of migrants, like myself, who not once did ever believe that coming to this country illegally was ever good, was ever right. Very minimum people, very minimum. So I want you to understand this. Migrants, and this is just crazy, this is just the way it works. But check this out. Migrants such as myself, now you guys already know my story. I waited 3.5 decades to become an American citizen, and I'm very proud of it. I want you to pay attention to this. There is a lot of migrants, such as myself, that come here because we believe that this is a great country. We believe this is the land of opportunity. We believe that this country will fight to maintain the border secure, that this country will fight for its countrymen, that this country protects American citizens. So our goal is to be an American citizen. Do you understand? Now watch the other side. Well, let me finish this side first before I forget. Those people, those migrants that think the way that I think are on Trump's side, are on the conservative side. Right now we're voting Republicans. Watch this. The majority of illegal immigrants that come to this country, they don't give a shit about breaking the law because they believe that they have the right to come here illegally to work and provide for their family. These people don't give a shit about protecting this country. They are selfish people. And they will never be truly Americans. What I want you to understand is these are the same people who support criminals coming to this country because they don't believe in a secure border. They don't believe on respecting American countrymen. They don't like you. They hate you. They called you pieces of shit. Racist white bags is what they think about America, even though we're brown and black and all kinds of colors. The illegal immigrants side with Democrats. Why is that? Criminals side with Democrats. Why is that? Huh? My mother taught me from a very young age, son, if you are ever hungry and somebody is eating, walk away. Don't stare at them. We don't beg. We rather suffer a little bit longer. But we have morals. We have values. And those morals and values are very important to us. See, that's why when I tell you that you can do anything, it's true. Should you? No, you shouldn't. When you have value, when you have ethics, good ethics, and good moral values, when you commit a mistake, you have the conviction. You feel guilty. You have to change something. You got to repent. You got to come back from that and make it better. There is a conviction because we have values. We have moral ethics that we got to follow, that we stand with. People that don't have moral values or ethics, they don't care if they commit crimes. They just don't care. That is the difference between us. You know, what's funny is this. Before I even said, I don't even consider myself a Republican right now, but I am with the Republicans. Before I even said what party I belong to, I want you to understand this. This whole, by the content, what is the word in Spanish, in English? Somebody help me with Martin Luther King's words. What I will tell you this. I remember Jesus Christ's words. By their fruits you shall know them. By their fruits. Martin Luther King, I think he says by the content or their character, right? I think that's what it is. It means the same thing. Now watch this. Everything that I say, and I'm not even claiming Republican, Democrat, nothing. But when I talk to people and I give them my points and I say, I am for American citizens first. I am for border security. You know what I'm saying? I give these values, the things that I believe in. You know what they told me? What do you think people call me? Give me 2 names that people call me when I tell them what I believe and what I stand for. Give me 2 names that you think people call me. Let's see if you guys get one of them. Everything will be okay. I got my coffee. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Thank you, Pam. Thank you, sister, for and for you guys to tell me to get my coffee. Yeah, there we go. Destroy said it. Okay, sell out. Yeah, that's one of them. No, don't delete the comments right now, sir. Don't delete the comments. I want to hear it. What else? So with the values that I have, I stand for protecting a border. I stand for Americans first. I stand for American countrymen. I believe in God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I believe in the Constitution. I believe the Constitution belongs to the American citizens. And I believe that American citizens are with the people. With that being said, what do you think people call me? There you go. Racist. Okay, sure. Yeah. That's true. That's true. It's true. Sellout, racist. Let me give you a couple. Traitor, coconut. What else? What else? Bootlicker? Yeah, absolutely. You know it, brother. Man, big hug to you, big bro. Traitor? Yeah. Come on, you can do. Come on, lefties. This is where you shine. Give me the names that you call me. All right. Republican. Why? Why would they call me Republican? And most importantly, and this is when I started supporting President Trump. Ready? Somebody say it before I tell you. Go ahead. Somebody tell me. This is when I started supporting President Trump. They call me this name. Come on. You can do it. Oh, man, I'm about to get my Make America Great Again hat. MacTard. No, they didn't invent that yet. Come on. You can do it. Come on, somebody. I want to see somebody's got it. Come on, guys. It's easy. Not a pedophile. They just added that later. When I started supporting Trump I was inspired by what they called me. Not a dirty Mexican, not a racist. Nope. Come on, guys. I just gave you the answer. When they called me this name, I started supporting President Trump even crazy. I know one of you guys got it. I know one of you has it. Come on. Not white supremacists. No. Even though he's the great white hope. Very unpopular. Believe me. Yeah, very unpopular. But, all right, I guess. I'll just let you know. I'll give you 5 more seconds. Not a Republican. That was one of them. But not a patriot. No. They call you a Trump supporter. So close. So close. Give me a better name than that. Trump supporter. They call me a what? What's another name for Trump supporter? Mexican. Nah. Mexicans for Trump, baby. Let's go. For sure. Somebody once told me the world is... Come on. If I'm a Trump supporter, what do you think they call me? Come on. I'm having so much fun with this. I can't believe that you guys can't guess this. It's so easy. Come on. Trump supporter. I'm a Come on. Trump, maybe you misspelled it. Trump lover, close. Trump dart, no. Come on, guys. So close. Trumpet, close. Getting warmer. Trump dart, nope, but getting warmer. Guys. I can't believe it. Definitely not biggest, not fascist, not ogre. Nope. They called me a Trumpster. Trumpster. They called me a Trumpster. And I said, you know what? Okay. I said, all right. I said, everything that I have told you, listen to this. Make America great again. Why is it? Why is it that when we say put American citizens first, they say racist? That's right, Trumpster. They say racist. When I say put Americans first, they say racist. When I say secure the border, they call me racist. When I say the Constitution of the United States of America belongs to the American citizens, they call me racist. When I say there should be no illegal immigrants in this country, they call me a traitor. Interesting. Did you see what I'm saying? The things that stand for American value, they hate. Every single one of them. Every single person that goes Democrat, they hate everything that has to do with American citizens. I want you to learn that. And I want you to understand that. Not once have I said the United States of America sucks. American citizens are a piece of shit. Not once. Not once. When I say obey the law, support ICE, maintain our sovereignty, continue to encourage American culture, they come in and fight me. They get upset. They get mad. They just can't handle it. That's right, Trumpster. They can't handle it. Why? I wonder. And they say, Dennis, you're so hateful and so racist, and you're trying to divide this country. And I'm just like, okay, let's see. I stand pro-law. I'm hateful and divisive. Okay. You are pro-criminals. You are the uniting people. I say Americans first. You say illegal first. I say American veterans and American citizens should have all the benefits of any social program that we have. You say illegals should get that. Everybody should have that. I said secure the border. You say allow criminal illegal immigrants to come to the border. Republican, Democrat, hateful and divisive and racist, loving in a big umbrella, big tent party. Love God. If you love God, you love your neighbor, not their sin. If you love your neighbor like you love yourself, you will always tell the truth. You will always be honest. Here, just lie. Fight for your rights, but not their rights. I believe everybody's rights are equal. They believe only they have rights. Democrats, Republicans. Unfortunately, Muslims, Christians. One is good and one is bad. You can't say you're in the middle. You will be chewed up and puked right out. You're either hot or you're cold. I want to be hot, not cold. It's interesting that people that have read the Bible never understand why Jesus said on the inspirational word given to John, why Jesus said, that you either hot or cold. But if you're lukewarm, you will be spat out. My words, I'm paraphrasing. Think about it. You can't just say, like Pontius Pilate, I'm just going to wash my hands. Hear me, the Jews want to sacrifice Jesus Christ. Jesus, the so-called Christ. He washed his hands, he says. And yet he gave the order for the crucifixion. Let's be clear. When we say the Jews crucified Jesus, not all the Jews, a group of Jews that were paid off, kind of like protesters, isn't that crazy? The devil works in the same way. He doesn't change his tactics. He goes and pays protesters. And desperate people will do anything for money. And that is a fact. And the people knew that Jesus Christ was innocent, but they were paid to lie. So Jews are guilty for Jesus Christ's crucifixion, but let's not get it twisted. The Romans enjoyed crucifying a Jew. Very clear. Very clear. Crystal clear to me. The Jews could not touch Jesus. It was the Roman soldiers who whipped him, who gambled on his garments, who put the crown of thorns. It was the Romans. Huh? Italians. Is that better? Italians. It was Italians that did that. Oh, man. God is good, man. God is good. You got to rewind it, CM. CMF, you got to rewind it. I'm not going to fucking repeat everything I just said. You got to rewind the live and catch up and get to us. If you came late, that's on you. Anyways, there is a big mystery, and there's a lot of things that people miss. And as I said, you see what I'm talking about? I have all these things in my head all at once. Some people understand me. Some people help me think or align my thoughts better. Those are the people that I want in my life. I want people. I know, Susan. Susan, go take your damn medicines. The Romans are today's Italians. Where is Rome at? Where is Rome located? For Pete's sakes, it's like you guys are old enough to understand these things. Anyways, listen. You guys are so politically correct, man. You guys are crazy. Listen, I have this thing called ADDHD, but it doesn't work in the way that you think. I want people that give me a, what do you call, how would I call this? A wisdom or enlightenment or spark, or what can I call this? An inspirational orgasm. That just sounds horrible. That sounds horrible. But you know what I'm saying? Like, I get turned on in conversations that make sense. I have no patience for stupidity. It's so hard for me to be patient knowing, Joe says Roman here, knowing the truth. And I don't have the patience to tell somebody, to convince somebody, because they want to be convinced. No, I don't want to convince you. You got to make your own thoughts, your own decisions. Just, oh, man. All right, I'll say this. I appreciate my members. You know who you are. I've talked to you personally. I appreciate you. You guys judge me righteously. You give me good feedback. You inspire me. You make me a better person. You help me gather my thoughts. You make me understand things that I may not understand. And that, my friends, I appreciate.
New York City
With that
Mayor
being
Zoran
said, sorry, I hit that play. With that being said, let's get into the Harris Faulkner focus here. And Major Mamdani's doxing draws fears. Listen, it is true. I started talking to you about these communists, about these radicals on the left, these lunatics on the left, these paid protesters, all these millions of illegals who hate us. Yes, us. Even me, a migrant. They hate me because I respect the law. They hate me because I was willing to wait 35 years to become an American citizen. And that's something that they can't understand. They want everything now. Whether they deserve it is irrelevant. I have to deserve it. I have to work for it. As a matter of fact, when I got hired at my last job, I know what I want to make per hour. But I asked them, I said, I know what I want to make per hour. I said, what are you starting the position at? Start me off at that. And in 90 days, which is the review that you say you have, if I do a good job for you, I want this. Well, wouldn't you know it? I got what I asked for. Just saying. I like to earn my keep. You know what I'm saying? I like to earn my keep. Oh, I'm glad to have you, man. I'm glad to have you, brother. Thank you, Half. I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. All right, let's go ahead and get to the Faulkner focus here. I'm hoping I'm saying that right.
Mamdani has opened up a new front in his battle against successful Americans. The city has revealed a list of names and addresses of wealthy New Yorkers who could be facing his new tax on second homes. The New York Post calls it doxing because it could expose the rich to harassment or worse. And it's not the first time that this mayor has done this. In April, Mamdani filmed his video outside billionaire CEO Ken Griffin's penthouse promoting the same tax. And FoxNews.com calls the mayor's latest move, quote, outright dangerous, sparking fears of violence. That searchable database includes an A-list New Yorkers like director Woody Allen, fashion icon Anna Wintour. Miranda Devine says this.
He is driving anybody with any get up and go to get up and go right out of New York. And he's, you know, if he's pretending that it's some sort of socialist light, like the Scandinavian countries that he's bringing in, that's all kindness and sweetness and light. And it's not. This is red-toothed, red-fanged hatred.
You know, Kennedy, I'm struggling to see if these things that socialists are saying are not just veiled violence. I think about what else
He knows what he's doing. Yeah.
said about John Fetterman and the spike comment, put that ogre on a spike, that sort of thing. I'm quoting him. And now this sounds violent to me. You're going to dox somebody. We know that that's every stalker's dream.
They know what they're doing. They know there are plenty of unwell people out there who are agitated by the envy of socialism, and this is pure fomentation. Unfortunately, the list was, you know, according to the mayor, it was only supposed to include about 37,000 names, 37,000 addresses. It's got almost 1 million. And there are people in there that not only live in the city, and this is not their second home, it is their only home. There are people whose homes are clearly worth less than $1 million, and they just threw everything on there because it's a desperate grab for money where, you know, they could just cut spending.
So is this maybe an indication, Griff, that the Democrat Party, it's already in debt? Like, we know that they can't afford socialism even in their own party. So these guys got to fundraise.
Well, let me just start by saying I really want a pied-à-terre. I didn't know what that was until we talked about it. Like, it just sounds good. But, like, remember when Governor Hochul was talking about the millionaires in New York City that were leaving, saying, no, it's patriotic if you come back and call a friend and bring him back. Nothing says get out of town. Miranda Devine's right. I mean, this is information that could be in public records, but it's been aggregated in one place for people to go online. Right. Anybody, lunatics, to go online, harass them, stalk them. And I can't imagine that even many of these people who may have even voted for Zohran Mamdani are going to be happy with this.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because we talked off camera about what doxing is, but this is putting everybody's stuff together. So it's not like you just found one address and one person's name. I mean, this makes it easy pickings.
And you can see this stories. There's the response to this illustrates just what a broad stroke this was, how unfair, how potentially illegal, how frightening it is. Someone's 80-something-year-old mother who's lived in her flat for decades that she bought for well under $1 million. She has no source of income other than her Social Security. Of course, her son is helping her out now after this, but what is she supposed to do? What message does that send? The mayor, who has a second compound that he enjoys in Uganda, and note, too, that many people on that list, like Anna Wintour, and the one from Sex and the City who won for
Cynthia
governor.
Nixon.
Thank you, Cynthia Nixon. All of them are the ones that were touting the socialist mayor and just puffing him up and donating and all the things, campaigning for him. And now they, too, are doxxed.
They're part of the reign of terror.
Yep. He's trying to couch this as transparency, and instead it's a searchable hit list is what it is, and what is the concern shared by the couch, particularly after Brian Thompson was gunned down in the streets of Midtown Manhattan, United Healthcare CEO. So this is very concerning. And also, my understanding is it's estimated to bring in like $500 million. When you have a $126 billion budget, it's a rounding error, right? So all of this for not much. But yeah, it's very concerning, and it seems like it's a wink, wink, nod, nod to the crazies.
And even if it wasn't, by the way, a hit list, at the very least, it's a class warfare
that's right.
scenario. I mean, it's like now people can just go online and be like, look, these are the people that have all the money. I hate them. Us versus them. Totally. Yeah. And that's at a very basic level. It's definitely that.
Are you trying to say that they aren't courting cozy collectivism? Because what they are courting is chaos.
Right.
Yeah, when you get everybody fighting amongst each other, it's much easier to control people.
They're hoping all these people sell their homes so the government can take over the mortgage.
Oof. Although the irony is, when he says it's us versus them, he's a them. Like, he's, you know what I mean? Like, he is from wealth. He's an elitist.
Hey, everyone. I'm Emily Compar.
Man, I got distracted. Sorry. I think that lady has some sexy legs. Sexy legs. I got distracted. Oh, man. You know what's crazy? I'm glad to see that there's a lot of people out there that think the way that we think. One of the reasons why, and you guys, I've told you this before, and I'm not sponsored by Fox or anything like that. I'm not I don't pre-record the shows. I don't just make videos and edit them so that they sound good and that I sound very smart to you and everything. Everything that I tell you is unscripted. This is just me talking with you live. This is just me interacting with you live. I can do some research. I can look things up. There's Google, there's AI. We get all this good information, and there's some information I can take it with a grain of salt. I don't always believe everything that I read on here, but you know what? What makes sense to me is what I follow. And one of the things that I have noticed from any of the clips or the shows, if I show you something and I disagree with something, I will tell you. But unfortunately for the leftists, what they don't understand is that the reason why I like these channels and the news and the way that they report it is because they say what I say and what I know, which tells me that they have common sense. For example, there is clips, which is very few. This is the only reason why I don't watch it. Very few clips show me that there is people that are not Democrat or Republican, that there is just people that say this is not right. It boggles my mind, just like you guys. How can these things happen in the United States of America and nothing, absolutely nothing gets done about it? It's unbelievable. It's crazy. Most of the people that tell me that they're independents, they're just not reliable people. I'm sorry. If you're one of them, I'm sorry. You're not reliable. You got to pick a side. One side, Republican or Democrat, is going to win. One of them is going to win. You pick a side. It doesn't matter if you think it's good or bad. You got to pick a side. And what do I mean by it doesn't matter if it's good or not? No. You have to make a conscious decision. For example, I voted for Trump. I still support Trump. I am happy for what he's doing in the Middle East. I really am. I think he's doing a good job. We have veterans who believe he's doing a good job. And then we have a lot of emotional people out there. Oh, my God, I don't want my child to go to war and die, bitch. That's why they joined the military. You think that I try to sign up for the military so that I can go look cute on a uniform? No. Boot camp. You puke when you push yourself to the limit. Nobody signs up for boot camp because they love being mistreated. They love being pushed to the limits. Nobody does. So I will tell you that those people, unless they're very ignorant and they just thought it would be a good idea, but they don't really know what they're signing up for. If they're that stupid, that's on them. But I can tell you, I remember when I went to sign up. I was 18 years old. I was a resident only. I weighed 190 pounds. I was benching 270 pounds. I was squatting 535 pounds. I taught myself to be very strong. I had a 37-inch vertical. I had a 4.3 40-yard dash. I was very athletic. I felt I am going to kick some ass. And I tried to join the Army. Yeah, now we know. Dennis, you should have joined a different department. Okay, whatever. I don't give a shit now. It's too late. And I said, but I want to join the team that goes to the front lines. I don't want to sit behind a desk. I want to go over there, and I want to shoot me some enemies. And if I die, let it die while I'm fighting for my country so that I can die with honor. That is the mentality in which I will serve and fight for this country. When people tell me that I'm a coward, you can say whatever you want. I can tell you this. When shit hits the ceiling, I'm going to stand right next to my veterans, real American patriots, and we'll see who fucking falls down and who's the coward. I would gladly die an honorable death for this country and its people, even the libtards that don't deserve it. I can guarantee you that the United States of America has more crazier warriors like myself. Not to toot my horn, but to promote their courage because they got to do it. They are to be honored. That's right. That's fucking fast. You have no idea. I worked out 3 times a day. 3 times a day. You have no idea. I was doing 360 dunks. I'm only 6'1", which is actually a pretty good height. But it's just, I was, I don't know. Things happen. I got injured. This happened, blah, blah, blah. Got rejected. Okay. Would it be called serving my country if I just went and serve in the military behind a desk? Well, you know what? Here we are behind a desk. Serving my country. How? Telling you the truth. Teaching you how to be a patriot to this country. See, some of you who may have served in the military, maybe you forgot. You forgot all about it. I know, looks can be deceiving, trust me. When you hit 50, not every 50-year-old is is that good. This is why my 9mm has replaced my martial arts skills. I'm just saying. Can't fight like I used to. Some days I can fight. Other days, shit, I can't even grab a cup of coffee. But one thing that I can do always is pull the trigger. And that, my friends, is my Second Amendment right. And yes, I can go and shoot any libtard on the street. But for a person that has morals, I know that that is wrong. I know that it's not American. I know that it's not patriotic. You see what I'm saying? Yeah. Love to not carry those huge packs. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Jay-Z's 6'1", migrants hate you even more now. This is true. This is true. This is true. No, but there's a lot there's a lot of people that are my height or taller, bro. I mean, when I put my tennis shoes, I have my workout tennis shoes. I am like 6'2", okay? I'm like 6'2", 2 inches tall. And while I consider myself fat, I'm not like a round, fat guy. You know what I'm saying? Man, it's just crazy. I am fat, but I don't think I'm that fat. You know what I'm saying? Whoo, 640. Damn. No way, dude. Really? 15 reps. 15 reps of 640. Holy, no way, dude. No way. 270 8 times, and that was pushing it, bro. That was pushing it. That shit was, I had a very, very nice round chest. I'll tell you that right now. I told you the story. There was, my baby's mama told me that the only reason why she was with me was because of my body. I was just a piece of meat. I felt used and abused. Oh, man. Holy smokes. Record held for bench pressing 782 pounds. All right, I'll believe you. I'll believe you. Vilma, you might be older than me, but what you have in years on me, I have on inches on you. You know what I'm saying? and I don't mean, I mean inches like height. You know what I'm saying? Ooh, dodge a bullet right there. Dodge a bullet. Zuckerberg's self-serving AI vision is exposed. Let's see what this is about. Oh, my goodness.
The benefits of AI with a new op-ed in the Wall Street Journal titled, "The AI Future is for Everyone," writing, quote, "Humanity has witnessed many transformative advances. Each time there is fear that people will be left behind, but each time humanity has come out with more people sharing greater prosperity, health, and freedom. We believe this will be true with AI as well, and the abundance of the future can be shared by everyone." His message comes as a new Fox News poll finds voters under 30 are the least likely to view AI favorably.
Joining us now to discuss this is cyber guy Kurt Knudsen. Kurt, is this a swipe at OpenAI?
Exactly, that's exactly what it is. Actually, good morning to you, Todd. Good to see you. It is Mark Zuckerberg's way of saying, hey, we want to be democratic about this power with AI and not give it to the corporations solely. It's hard to disagree with him when you read this op-ed because it does sound very, very holistic and wonderful for everybody.
He wants you to think that.
Exactly. What he's really doing is warming us up to what's coming from Meta, which is they have been working feverishly on bringing an AI product out, which essentially would be an AI agent that would be across all their platforms. So this is very self-serving. It's just another way to suck us back into the Meta universe of Facebook and Instagram, et cetera, by having all the AI products on top of that started with Spark when he acquired that and developed that out.
He says that AI will balance power rather than centralize it, but boy, sure feels like right now there are a few people getting rich and powerful off of AI, right, while the rest of us are left on the sidelines. Before we let you go, this is key. 2 million people are affected by this. Bluetooth device installed on more than 2 million vehicles could allow hackers to track, unlock, or even disable certain cars. Company has updated the technology. Many vehicles, though, still may be at risk. Here's what the security researchers at UC San Diego say. Quote, aftermarket car alarm known as the car security system can let any hacker within Bluetooth range and send radio commands to silently unlock the car at will. turn off its alarm, honk the car's horn, or even flash its lights, disable its ignition, and leave a driver stranded. The Acrisure Protection Group, that the company that sells the security system, responding saying, quote, the vulnerability described in UC San Diego's research is highly complex, represents a low risk to customers under real world conditions. Nevertheless, we responded promptly and developed a firmware update to address the issue.
So if you bought a car after 2017, you want to look at the window of the driver's side and see if there's a sticker there that either says car, which is KARR, or this other one, SWDS. If you see that there, that meant this system's in your car. Whether you activate it or not is not relevant, because a hacker could still use Bluetooth to get access to your car and drive off with it. So if you go to cyberguy.com, we'll show you how to resolve it, how to protect yourself there. But really contact the dealer if you see that you've got that sticker and say, please remove this from my car. Or if you're using it and you like it, ask them to make sure that the firmware update has happened.
Wait, do most people not even know that this was...
It's one of those things where you go to buy a car and at the last minute they're like, oh, and we can give you this upgrade and this upgrade. So what they often did was install this in the car, whether you opted for it or not. It was just more cost effective for them. So it's sitting in the car whether you chose to do it or not.
I have no idea if I have it. I'm going to look today and check. And that's what Kurt Cyber Guy does for you. Kurt, thank you.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the...
Well, if you guys want to watch Fauci, we can watch Fauci. But, yeah, 2 hours and some change watching Fauci saying, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Yes, I am guilty. I plead the fifth. I'm guilty. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. There ain't shit going on. Now, let me tell you something. I would play the hearing of Fauci. I would. But it's almost as hard as listening to libtards. And, well, you know, I'd rather interact with my audience. That is the deal. So, yeah, there can be 30,000 viewers right now watching somebody says, I plead the fifth. That's fantastic. I already watched the whole shit. Nothing in the whole hearing. I watched the whole thing. Plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. Listen, there's nothing there. There is nothing in the Fauci hearing that we don't already know. We already know this. We want accountability. And what I will say this. As Rand Paul pointed out, he said, Dr. Fauci could have come here. Hey, Raj Babe, how are you? Good to see you. You know, Dr. Fauci could have come in here and tell us, I'm so sorry, I didn't see that. You know, I didn't think that would happen. I don't think. He is pardoned. He has a big blanket. He's at a blanket pardon. He wouldn't go to court. He wouldn't go to jail. He wouldn't be punished. We just want what the people ask us for, accountability. Fauci decided to lie. He said, all we want is for Fauci to be honest. You have a pardon. You're not going to get in trouble, but Fauci doesn't care. See, if Fauci opens his mouth and tells the truth, the digital pen is screwed. You know what I'm talking about? You know who the digital pen is. It is the whole blue administration. From Nancy Pelosi, who, let's be honest, was more of a president than Joe Biden. The whole digital pen administration would be found out and they would be in trouble. And I will tell you this, I will guarantee you the Democratic Party will never exist again. It is that deep. Obviously, I'm exaggerating, but it's that deep. You know what I'm saying? It is that deep. What is going on here? Oh, boy. See, this is what I mean by, no common sense.
It could spread to some other...
I'm going to show you this. This is what I mean by no common sense. We have a Second Amendment right. Look at this. We have a Second Amendment right, and this is what people do with it. Let me express some feelings here before I hit play on this. It's just a few second clip, it looks like. In Seattle, just like everywhere throughout the United States, right? Everywhere throughout the United States of America, we have gotten to a point where we have cameras for safety. Now, some people are paranoid and they say, oh, I don't want the government to know exactly what I'm doing everywhere that I go. I don't want the government seeing me spinning on the street or pulling a wedgie out of my ass. Oh, I don't want the government to say, shut the hell up. It is a crime deterrent to have cameras. People commit a crime, they get found out. They know there's cameras. They won't stop them completely, but it will deviate some of the crime. Illegal immigrants. How the hell does this happen? Illegal immigrants are protesting. I kid you not. They're protesting the government. And they say, yes, I'm undocumented, so what? On their sign. And they are protesting the government. What the fuck? I kid you not. So what happens? Socialist Democrat piece of shit mayor in Seattle. Nope, I have no respect for her. I will say it to her face. Dumbass, spoiled child. Don't know shit about real life. Gets rid of these cameras. She is in favor of removing cameras. Because the undocumented said. Because the criminals paranoid said. Well, well, well. 3 people killed. 3 people killed. You understand? 5 others got some injuries. Again, Eddie, I don't give a fuck if you have respect for me. I don't even know who the hell you are. See, there's something that people have to understand. When you come in my channel, I don't need your confirmation. I don't need affirmation. I don't need for you to be a fan. I don't give a fuck about fans. I am here to talk to you as a friend, as a fellow American, as a concerned citizen. That's it. If you like me, fantastic. If you don't, then get the fuck out the way. I want people who are concerned about the things that happen in this great United States of America. In case you didn't notice that I'm an American citizen that lives in the United States of America, this is the country which I speak of. Listen to this. This is crazy.
Nearby vehicles, also a concern about that building that is nearby, and it appears as if there's some folks that are trying to. All right, it looks like there's some type of weapon there. We're going to break away from that shot there. Not sure who that person is, but obviously a very scary and fluid situation.
You see how quick they take that off?
If you've ever been concealed carrying and you gave somebody a hug and they felt it, go ahead and hit that subscribe button, guys. Like and comment. Comment section is out of control. I will never control you. If you guys...
I don't know what this is, but let me listen to this guy.
Are looking for the biggest support of the channel. The biggest support of the channel right now is Big Daddy Unlimited. Big Daddy Unlimited is like the Costco.
2013 to 2017.
Okay, now you said Hawaii, and there's a pretty famous group in Hawaii. I don't know if you've heard.
I think this is the guy, right? That was just on the video. Yeah, let's take a listen. Let's see what happens.
For them, K-Bay.
Ooh, bastards of K-Bay.
Good yeah. Guys. I know those guys are freaking out. Now you're one of them, aren't you?
I am. You know, I've been following them for years, and you know, I was there. And actually, that's where my page on Instagram blew up was they sent me a message.
That's really cool.
Yeah, they asked me, is it all right if we share this? You know, someone else has already done it. And once I did that, it was an atom bomb from there.
It just went off from there. Now, I'm sure everyone's kind of wondering, we'll kind of bounce around a little bit here, but I mean, let's get into it. What are you talking about? What did they say? What were they asking that was okay to post?
They were wondering if it was all right. They tagged my name in a post of a riot in Seattle just a little over a week ago now, and some actions that I had taken to dispel that. So this last Saturday, I took some actions. There were some police rifles stolen from some vehicles, and I made moves to make sure I confiscated them. They wouldn't be used to harm, and that's what got blown up on the internet.
And so much was just glossed over, so we have to go into it. So if you guys haven't seen the clip, we're going to play it right now.
Okay. So now I see it. You see this right here? Let me show you. That's what he's doing. Okay, I got you. So you see that right there. You can tell that is a police officer's car burnt by Antifa and these other weirdos. Right? By these morons. So I get what he's doing, actually, he is out there as a patriot. See, it makes sense to have some it's better to have some context to what we're looking at. So that's what happens. I want to hear from him. This is interesting. We found a nugget, so to speak. All right? So, yeah, another peaceful protest. So the guy in the blue sweater here that you see right here is the guy that's talking, telling us what's going on. Now, he went over there with his rifles and his gun because these guys also had guns, as you saw the first guy, right? And he's basically saying, I'm standing for my country. Instead of allowing these libtards taking over and destroy our city and abuse our law enforcement. Okay, I'm not too mad about this guy anymore. All right, let me continue listening to his story.
Okay, so that's a pretty intense clip, but all we saw right there was maybe 12 seconds.
And that was the second rifle I confiscated.
That was the second one.
That was the second.
So you had a rifle on your back.
That was.
Okay, let's rewind for a second here. What were you doing there?
I was there as security for a news crew.
Okay.
Yeah, they're pretty big in the area, and they needed someone there to protect them because there was rioting going on, not protesting.
So it was getting a little crazy, a little squirrely down there.
Yes, vehicles on fire and everything.
Now, so the area that you were in, why were there police vehicles on fire? Why?
The police could not get to them.
Really?
All right, so I spoke with them afterwards. They had several different fallback positions around downtown, and it just turned out that was one of them that was dead in the middle of the riot. And short of loss of life to both sides, they could not get to them.
Jeez. So it was you're pretty much on your own out there when you got out there.
I was, yes, absolutely. I was on my own. I had my two from my team, but the camera crew, you know.
So you were in charge with making sure that they were safe.
Yes, sir.
While you're out there. So the first rifle, what happened?
So when I first got on that corner with my crew, I saw these police vehicles and that they were busting into them. And the first thing in my mind is patrol rifles, and there's definitely something in there. I got to keep my eye on that in case it turns. And I got lucky because I was able. I watched them when they pulled that first rifle out of the window, and
you watched them pull it out.
I watched them pull it out from the passenger window. And as they pulled it out, he got into the middle of the street. Someone was yelling, "Clear the block," multiple times, and I got my hands on my crew, and as I'm pushing them, I watched them fire 4 rounds. There were 4 rounds fired into those vehicles. And I got my crew to safety behind the cover. I told them to stay the fuck there, and because I needed to eliminate the variable of them moving. I needed to make that clear.
Props. That's the guy I want on my side right there. That's the kind of American I want on my side. You understand what he was doing there? Now, the Fox News, they just show a little clip. The local news here, what channel is this? Combo News 4. That's an ABC news outlet. It makes it look like this guy right here, it's evil. This guy is evil. He was out there pointing a gun. I don't agree with that. I mean, you know, to a certain point, I guess you're going to have to point the gun to defend yourself. It worked out. But he was there protecting people. He was not there to be an asshole and just protest. No, he was defending people. I want this guy on my side. This is the kind of people I want on my side. You know what I'm saying? Real Americans who protect their countrymen. You see all the libtards burning police officer? What the fuck are you doing? That's our tax-paying dollars. Every time you burn a building, that's our money. How the fuck do you want us to support you? You're costing us money. You're costing us billions of dollars in taxes. Your stupid agenda is just that. Stupid. If you are against surveillance, let me tell you something. You are a moron and a paranoid. Thanks to cameras being removed, we don't know who the hell killed those people. 3 people killed in Seattle at a food festival. No cameras. Because paranoid morons don't want cameras. Don't want the government to have cameras. Shut the hell up. Dumbasses. Who cares? Let them watch me. What? Standing for Americans. I'll be worried if this was a communist country. Then yeah, I'll be worried about it. But we're not communist. We are not communist. And if you want to keep it that way, stop voting for Democrats. Stop voting for morons. Get over this fucking Trump derangement syndrome thing. Seriously. You are damaged goods. You need to stop it. Seek some help.
Once that happened, I slung my Vertex to the front of me.
Little plug.
Yeah. And I drew my pistol from my bag, and then it had a plate in there too, so I was smart enough to have that. So I zipped it, threw it back, and by the time that I had drawn my pistol and made my way to him, I watched him duck into an alcove of a building, into a doorway. And I saw him sticking out of the corner of that, and he had no idea I was there. I mean, I was completely under the radar to anyone that was there. But I knew from the second I drew my pistol, I was letting myself be known that I was there. And I came around the corner, drop your weapon, drop your weapon, drop your weapon. He was shocked and stunned and condition black.
Yeah.
And snatched that weapon from him and told him to get the fuck out of here. And then I turned around and I made my way back to my team, but pocketed my Glock and I immediately cleared it, dropped the mag, reversed that, and broke the weapon down, put the bulk area group and tried to handle my pocket.
It's rendered safe to make sure that nothing else could happen should it get away from you somehow.
Yes.
Guy just stole an AR.
Now, this guy, why did he duck into the alcove? What was he
You know, I really don't know. I think that from my deductions of the situation that he didn't really know what he was doing with the firearms. He did not look like it. He was firing it from the hip like good old Rambo. And
That's the only way to fire.
Right. And he gets into that doorway, and when I came up on him, he was actually facing away from me, looking down at the gun, trying to figure something out.
Okay.
But I came up on him so fast, and I took it from him fast enough. I didn't really see it, nor did I care. I just needed to get it.
Now, up to this point, have you ever snatched a rifle from somebody?
From a real threat? No.
Maybe not a real threat, but have you ever grabbed a weapon out of somebody's hands?
Oh, yeah.
And what was that experience from?
Firearms instruction and firearms training.
Okay, so you've done a lot of firearms instruction up to that point.
Oh yeah, 100%. And so to me, it was, this guy's actually firing away from me. It kind of felt like he was firing downrange.
Yeah.
I came up to him because he just screwed up, and that boy's in trouble. So I took it.
Snatched that rifle right away. So that was the first one. How quickly after that you snatched that first rifle did you see the guy get his hands on that second rifle?
So one
different individual, correct?
Different individual, absolutely. Okay. From the time that I took the first one to the time I took the second one, it could not have been more than 10 minutes, okay, but it could not have been less than 5. Okay, there was a lot going on. It was a very, very dynamic situation. And now I'm trying to guard my team around the corner, and at the time I actually had that rifle in upper and lower receiver separated because that's what I wanted to keep it.
Yeah.
But it didn't make sense. I need my hands, and I already rendered it inoperable, so I put them back together, slung it. Actually, what made me go around the corner is there was a flood of people that came past.
Okay.
And my first thought was, these guys are getting gassed and running. Hopefully the police are coming because I'm on phone with dispatch. I'm gonna go meet them. So I didn't see them, but I was just a little ways down the block, and I'm still looking and scanning, keeping that awareness up. And I look left, and I see them pull the bag out of the back of the vehicle and pull the rifle from the bag. And immediately you see him in the video like, oh, this is cool, but I was already coming on him. I drew from my pocket, the most natural holster we got, and I made my way.
Now, a lot of people I don't think understand the situation that was going on at the time, but most people would say that's not something you should be doing. You should wait for the cops to handle that. But you were on the phone with the cops. You were trying to get them to help, but
they couldn't.
There's nothing to be done.
Yeah, and that's no fault of the police.
Of course.
The situation there were literally thousands in the streets.
Yeah.
I was in the very middle of that riot, not protest.
Yeah.
And they couldn't get to us. It took me 3.5 to 4 blocks just to get to them. Jeez. And when I got to them, they were holding a line that they were outnumbered easily 10, 15 to 1.
The cops and National Guard?
Yeah, okay. Absolutely.
Wow.
I had no doubt that they couldn't get there and that they were trying, but
yeah, I'm just trying to paint a picture for people who weren't there. You know, it's easy for people to look at the situation outside of it and say you should have done X, Y, Z, but really, I mean, there's a time to act sometimes.
If you're ever just showing a short video clip, no matter what it is, and that's all you know,
yeah,
you have no place to sit there and break it down.
That's absolutely true. So this guy got that second rifle out, was holding it, and as soon as he had that out of the bag, like your eyes on this guy immediately, and you're like, not happening again.
No, not one little bit. And the first time I had to get my team to cover, and he was able to fire 4 rounds. And luckily, I was able to figure out, everyone there, essentially, except me, but he didn't know that, was on his side, on his team, if you will.
Okay.
And they all split and scattered, and he fired into the vehicles. Well, there was no one over there at the time. They all left. They all ran. I watched that happen. So I knew when he fired those rounds there that he was firing it in a safe direction, if you will, heavy air quotes.
Heavy air quotes.
Yeah.
Not exactly a safe direction in a riot.
No, but there was no one there.
Yeah.
There was no one there because they had split, and so I knew I didn't have to go and check that, but I got that, and by that second guy, I was going to get to him before he figured out what he could do if he wanted to, because these guys had done nothing but escalate. Escalate. What are they going to do when they get their hands on a rifle?
Yeah, it's not a good situation at all. Now, this is the video that everyone saw, and I've watched this video a couple times. You're approaching this guy, and I mean, you look like any pissed off Marine that I've ever seen in my life. I just don't want to mess with you. So you approach this guy very aggressively. You drew your weapon, and immediately I watched this guy. I was watching the video, and we talked about this before, but there was like a moment of hesitation where this guy still had his hands on that grip, and I can only imagine the thoughts going through your head as you're approaching this guy. What was going through your head?
So there's a lot going on in that one situation, coming across the street like that. I had not a terribly long distance to cover, but I had to get to him quicker than he can get that rifle up.
Yeah.
Right. And he didn't know I was there. Again, like, I didn't make myself totally overt in that first situation. So when I came across the street, I did it with my voice as well. You know, I projected, dropped that weapon very loudly. And with that, I think I said it 3 times.
Yeah.
And I came across that street quick. Now, you made mention, I didn't notice this until you mentioned it, I had a quick chop step there.
You did.
You know, and it's a lot like a football player trying to get the right position, or a soccer player to kick, something like that. I'm coming up, and so much is...
All right, just wanted to make sure that we have a little bit of clarification on the small clip that we just saw here from Como News 7, I think it was. Como News 4, 7. Yeah, Como 4 is over here, ABC in Seattle, Washington. Now, what's funny is people that come into my channel now, it's first time they come here, so I understand. I understand that they come in here. And I want to say this. Before you come in here and start insulting my intelligence, please be sure that you know what I know in my show. Because it's the first time you come in here and you start telling me that you know more than I do. Fantastic. Maybe you do. But you don't get to come into my channel and insult my intelligence. That's not how it works. So go ahead. I'm going to give you a chance, okay? Let me go ahead and open up the lines. This is where I'm going to lose half of my viewers. Half of my viewers are libtards. But I'm going to go ahead and open up the lines. Now, what I want to hear is Ken says that President Trump pardoned a drug lord. I want you to tell me, what proof do you have that he was a drug lord, and explain it to me. And then I'll tell you what I know. How's that? Here we go. I want to go ahead and open up these lines, and let's get this party started. Woo! Let's do this. Wow, thing. You make my heart sing. There you go. No block numbers. The only reason why I say no block numbers is because if you come in and you're just a bunch of bullshitter, you get blocked and you don't get to call in again. It's that simple. I'll judge you by the content of your character. There's more acres land burning in America than Canada. That's because you guys don't have enough smart people to take over the land in Canada. Don't take credit for something you do nothing about. It's amazing. It is amazing. It is good to be good. And I am good. I am good. Go ahead, Kenny. Give me a call. Give me a call and explain to me. Kenny, welcome. Good to see you here, sir. Bud Russell, good to see you. I see you. Where's my Canadian brothers at? Where is my favorite Canadian? Mr. Burren. Where is Mr. Burren? My Canadian friend, eh? Bill Leslie. Bill Leslie is one of our patriots that he is just freaking funny, man. Susan is our our sister who goes senile sometimes. Sometimes she goes senile. Sometimes she is leftist, and sometimes she goes right. Come on, people. Go find yourself a job, says Javier Hernandez. What's up, cuz? What's going on, SA? I'll tell you what, Javier. I'll give you credit if you tell me what SA stands for. I'll give you credit if you tell me what SA stands for. All right, there goes the libtards. See, this is why I don't put my phone number up there. All the libtards just start running away. I don't know why. It's just a regular conversation, guys. What does SA stand for? This is how I know how high your IQ is. McVick, no. Definitely not. Robert, how are you, friend? But it doesn't mean friend. South American, no. Joe, doggone it, I said Javier Hernandez. Stop making yourselves look like low IQ. Hide. Don't come out until I tell you. Oh, man. Yeah, Stanley, we know. I already told these guys. Let's see. I have facts to back my statements. Well, come on. Call me in. Call in, Ken. Wow. Ken Waff. More like Ken Quiff. But call in and give me the facts. Give me the facts why President Juan Orlando Hernandez was a drug lord, pardoned by President Trump. Call in and tell me your side of the story. I want to hear it. He was charged and convicted of smuggling over 400 tons of cocaine into America. That was a lie. But go ahead. Tell me what proof you have. Because I'm sure your proof is better than my proof. Mr. Ken Quiff? I know it's Queef. Ken Queef. There, is that better? All right. In the meantime, while they get the balls to call in and show me some knowledge, drop in the knowledge. What is this shit? Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Trump to honor heroic lifeguard at White House following unbelievable viral rescue. Man, I'll tell you what, man, our lifeguards are fantastic. Come on. You know what? Maybe Ken Queef is probably a minor. Maybe he's a kid. It's okay. If you're a kid, if you're under 18, don't call. Most of my members are actually my age or older, and I'm a half a century old. Now, some of you libtards probably don't even know what that means, but that's what I am. I'm a half a century old. I have lived 1 decade in Honduras and 4 decades here in the United States of America. Nope, that's not true. Always are. You got to call in. Tell me your story. Guys, I honestly want to hear your story. Go ahead. Go ahead, Chubbs. Chubbs, tell me, why am I fake news? Tell me why I'm fake news, Chubbs. You can't handle the truth, says Javier Hernandez. Red Hood, you're not a libtard. You're one of the smart ones. Man, I love that picture of President Trump staring down at this fucking traitor and responsible for millions of deaths, not just here in the United States of America, but throughout the world. Tell him, President Trump. Come on. Ken Queef. Tell me. Call me and tell me your story. Oh, here we go. He's calling. I missed it. Don't worry. I'll call you back. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it when people, they at least they try to have a conversation. Hey, how are you?
Please leave your message for 808.
I don't give anybody's numbers out, guys, just so you know. All right. I try to call back. Maybe he's calling back, and that's why I got the voicemail. Go ahead and call back. My apologies. I'm going to put the ringer on so I can hear it, okay? I appreciate people that want to have a conversation. It's all good. Now, you can tell me your story. Listen, no pressure. No pressure. I'm going to tell you one thing right now. Do you know why I like Susan? Susan right here, the senile, crazy 74-year-old lady. Do you know why I like Susan? I like Susan because I have cussed the shit out of her for her stupid-ass comments, but she does have sense sometimes. And she's still in here, and she's a true warrior. I like her. I appreciate her. Hey, thanks for calling. Sorry, I missed it the first time. Who's calling?
Kona from Oahu, Hawaii.
Oh,
soon
Kona.
to be
Aloha.
a resident in Monterey Bay, California soon.
Oh, okay. What's that? Why is that?
My wife got a good opportunity job up there, and I'm gonna go and follow her up there and
I see.
start working.
Oh man. So what makes you think that going to California? I mean, I it's cool that she has that opportunity, but what makes you decide to say, okay, you know what, my wife is gonna get a nice paying job in California? What makes you choose that over Hawaii? What are you not happy with in Hawaii?
Democrats, but also I'm not happy going to California either.
Bro, that's not what I want to hear, man. This guy. Bro, he went straight to Democrats. Bro, I was hoping to hear, well, shit, gas, the food is expensive.
Shoot,
Like I'm waiting to
bit
hear
cheaper
all of
down
these
here in
things.
Hawaii than California.
Bro, you killed me with that. I wanted you to break it down, like, shit, man, Hawaii is not what it used to, or what, because I think Hawaii is beautiful. I know it's expensive, but, I can see why it can be. But you're right. It is the Democrats are fucking up the state of Hawaii. But you know what, man? They're getting caught, man. I just showed it on my show yesterday. We watched the Hawaiian news and how the lieutenant government, and all these corrupted politicians have been stealing money. And I mean, they're gonna get caught, man. And
Our lieutenant, what was it?
It was lieutenant governor.
Yeah, the lieutenant governor. Yep, she's getting popped, and then I don't know. They're corrupt as hell down here, bro. It is crazy. I'm surprised the military hasn't stepped in yet.
Yeah, well, hey, man, I think that. Well, I live in a blue state. I live in Washington State. And Seattle is fucking crazy over here. But we all say that. I think patriots in Hawaii. I don't know. Are you in Honolulu or the?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm in Oahu.
Oahu. Okay. So I think that Hawaiians. I don't know. History. I just put Hawaiians all in the same bucket. But I know that the whole Pearl Harbor history. There's a lot of military presence over there, and I think that a lot of Hawaiian natives. And I might be wrong. But I think a lot of Hawaiians are not afraid of the military. I think that you guys think that they're on your side, and I hope that you would, because that's how I see them. If I see the National Guard on the street, hey, how are you? Hey, good to see you. I don't care. They don't have to smile at me. They don't have to like me.
Yeah.
I know that they are there to protect me. I don't expect police officers to smile at me, and a lot of the times they do. But I don't expect them to be very courteous and and friendly. I mean, their job is tough. You know what I'm saying? They gotta be tough.
Exactly.
But I appreciate them. So with that being said, okay, Democrats is making you run away from Hawaii to another Democrat state. But what's
I'm applying for ICE out there in California.
Oh shit, man. Oh, listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now. We got a couple hundred witnesses here. If you do make the ICE team and you become ICE agent and you're gonna be down there in South Cal, let me know.
Yeah.
I will literally either drive or fly down there. I want a selfie, and I want to have you on my show say something about you have experience about boot camp. Maybe tell me a little interview about the experience. Well, it was shady, it was tough, it was easy. You know what I mean? So that people can see what it's all about. And I think that'd be fantastic, bro. I'm glad you called. Besides that, don't tell me exactly what the job is, but so you're there because you're thinking about looking to join ICE. And what about the wife or girlfriend?
My wife works for the U.S. government as a director.
Okay. All right.
So
Fantastic.
yeah, she'll be overseeing many facilities, but I can't really disclose more because I don't want to get her in trouble. But if anything, she just got a good opportunity. My investment into her life and going to school and all that stuff, and supporting her, it's working out. And I kind of want to get off this rock. We've been here all my life.
Yeah. No, I hear you. for us that go and visit, it's a temporary visit and it feels beautiful and fantastic. And we get out of the big city and all the shit that happens over here. We just want a quieter place. We just, we find that it's so beautiful over there. But people that live there, they get used to it. And eventually, I guess it's just human nature, to, I don't know, maybe not appreciate. Maybe not appreciating is not the word, but like you're so used to it that it doesn't seem that important to you.
Right.
But it is. I think Hawaii. I think the best things about Hawaii, and I am sorry for all the corruptions and all the bad things that happen. That happens everywhere, But
Right.
if I was able to have a roof over my head and be able to feed my kids and just live off the land, I'd be happy with that. But they will probably get bored
I
of
know,
it.
me too, bro. I would love to live off the land, but my wife is too afraid of that.
Yeah, that's okay, man. But you know what, man? It's good to please your wife. There's a lot of things that I don't do because of my wife. And it's not because she runs me. I'm the man of the
Right,
house,
right.
right? But it's the man of the house, she makes more money than I do, to be honest. But
Same here.
yeah, but the thing is like, I can go and go and make more money, but it will be without her.
Right,
And
yeah.
that's not a choice that I'm willing to make. There's
No.
different places where I can live and make a lot more money than here, but we stick it together, and it's sad that the same problems is always coming from Democrats, and it's not even that is a Democratic issue. It's a stupid people issue.
Oh,
There's-
yeah, man.
I don't know how people can look at a person that is very horrible. You can literally hear it in the way that they speak about the things that they're going to do for the people. They are just not loving at all. They don't care about everybody. They only care about what they like. And I think
Yep.
that's the problem with politicians, They don't think about the future.
And then when they get grilled, they plead the fifth, even if they got pardoned, and they can't.
Yeah, well, that's what Fauci's done today. So so what do you think? And if is this the first time you listen to my show?
No, sir. I've been listening to you for a good while now.
Oh, okay. What do you think is the craziest shit that I ever said here?
You, it's not crazy at all. It's all truth.
Something negative. Give me something negative. I make mistakes. Give me something negative.
Okay, there. Actually, no. I have nothing negative to say about you because mostly everything you have been saying is pretty much truth. And standing up against these other people in your chat that's lying and calling you stupid names and whatever, you're gonna get deported or whatever. Like it's all bullshit. They're the crazy ones, bro.
Yeah.
They're the mentally ill, not us, bro.
Yeah. Nah, it's just like what's crazy is, I'm a proud Hispanic. I'm very proud of being Hispanic. I'm from Honduras. And the one thing that people don't understand is that, migration is a fantastic thing. It's a great thing. But
Yeah, it's coming in the right way.
But the kind of people that we get here, did you know for the longest time, I was a resident for 2.5 decades before I became a citizen. And for the longest time, I never decided to go to Hawaii. For some reason, I just thought I didn't deserve it. I don't know why. I felt like I didn't deserve to go to Hawaii, even as a resident. And so I never really pushed for it. But the thing is, like, there's a lot of migrants that come to this country because we believe it's a great country. We believe it's the land of
Right.
opportunity. We know the laws. We know the immigration enforcement. We know everything about the United States of America. And we come here with the mentality is, I don't want to be a weight. I don't want to be an obstacle, to the government or
right.
to the people. We come with a mentality that, I'm going to make something of myself so that I can be proud of giving something to the country that I love and respect. And then you have those migrants that it doesn't matter what the laws or the rules are or how great this country is. They force themselves into this country and curse it. I just don't understand.
Yeah, exactly. I
don't understand.
It pisses me off too. I seen a lot of those stuff where these guys are coming over here and they're like, yeah, we're taking it over, Allah Akbar or whatever.
Exactly.
Like, you
Yeah.
said that if you said that in front of Hawaiians, bro, you would get a headbutt or
Yeah.
an uppercut. You get
Shit,
an uppercut, bro.
I'm going to tell you this. I don't know about Hawaiian. Well, I know Hawaiian natives, real Hawaiian natives, are descendants of Samoans. But I will tell you this, and I don't care what anybody else's opinion is. I can never, ever, even if you're just 50% Hawaiian, for say, I can never go into that land and tell you this is my shit. I just can't.
Exactly.
Listen, you
Good
can
luck
live,
with that, especially in Hawaii.
dude. I'm going to tell you this, I'm very blunt, very honest, very direct.
Yeah,
You
which
can
that's
listen.
why we
You
love
can
it.
listen. You can be a Hawaiian that lives in a fucking mansion, and I'm gonna be like,
Right.
damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn. Or you can be a Hawaiian that lives on a fucking hut, right at the beach, and I'm gonna be like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, my reaction will be the same. Like, you know, especially if you do spearfishing, if you do the traditional Hawaiian life, the barbecuing, the living, like you said, the living off the land that you would love to do. If you do those things, I'm amazed. This is why I love the Samoan culture. You know, even though they're losing their culture as well, you know, because of Europeans or foreigners, but they are also losing their culture. But I can tell you, bro, it's whether you live in a mansion or you live in a small, humble hut. If you love your nation, if you love your land, if you know how to survive in there, and that's the place where that's your native land, bro. My utmost respect. You know, just like I have with Native Americans here. You know, our Indians here to me are very special. This is their land. Yeah, I'm not gonna say it's stolen land. This is their land in the reservations that they have. There's deals. There's all kinds of things that have happened, but this country protects those reservations. Our military protects everything in the United States of America. If Hawaii gets bombed right now, who's going over there? We are. If anybody, if any Indian reservation gets bombed by any of our enemies, who's going to be there? We are. All of us. Every single state. Every American. You know what I'm saying?
America's already here because we got all types of bases. We got the Marines, Army, Air Force, Navy.
It's good to be American, brother. It's good to be American.
Hey, I am so proud to be an American, bro. You
Listen,
don't even
man,
know.
keep in touch, man. I want you to, hopefully God allows me to continue the show, but I want you to keep in touch. Once you get to your job, your wife's job, and you guys get situated, you go through your boot camp and all that stuff, keep us in mind. I am sure every patron on this channel would love to hear from you. And
I can't wait to walk off of that plane and with my T-shirt that the devil is a Democrat.
Oh boy! Listen, if I cannot meet you in person after you get your ICE official uniform and all that stuff, send me a selfie that I can edit on on Lightroom, Photoshop, and I'm gonna put myself next to you and pretend that we met.
Roger. No,
I'm just kidding. I'll do my
Democrats.
effort. I'll make an effort, brother. I'll make an effort to come down there, visit you, and who knows? Maybe by then I'll have some permission from the big dogs to come and visit the facilities.
Well, I'm getting my Ford Bronco shipped up there, so if anything, I'll meet you halfway, brother.
Right on, man. I appreciate it. I got a lot of people down there, bro. So we'll see how we work that out. Thank you so much for your call, man.
All right, my brother.
Yeah, mahalo.
God bless.
All right, be good. Oh, man. This guy just went straight into Democrats is the root of all evil. This is the first time you come here. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. We just like to have good conversations, my friends. Ken Queef, you still haven't called me. Tell me this story about this drug lord Honduran president that you know so much of. Call me. Let me know. I want to hear the truth. And then I'll tell you what I have investigated and what I know about the whole situation and why I am grateful to President Trump for pardoning the president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez. Javier Hernandez, no relation. You are not as cool as my ex-president. That being said, my 28 ounces of coffee, it's at the end, which is probably why I'm so happy. Once I have coffee, I become a little bit more lenient with the lip tarts. There we go. All right, well, I'm glad that our Hawaiian brother called us. That was fantastic. If you're still listening, I wish the best for you and your wife. I hope that all your goals are achieved. I hope she does a phenomenal job on her new position and that you become a great ICE agent. I wish I can join. There is a couple of things that stop me from joining law enforcement or the ICE agents. I'm going to tell you that right now. Now, I have, what do you call that, pains that come and go? It's like a chronic pain. And because of that, I can't. I would be good for a period of time, and then other times I'll be like, shit, I can't go. I can't do this. I can't move. You know what I'm saying? So I will become an obstacle, and I will become somebody just in the way of justice being served. So I can't. It is the truth. So, all right. With that being said, is Kevin Queef still on the chat? Anybody? Here, I'm going to go ahead and put the phone number back. You guys can call me. 425-583-1155. Make it count. Let's go, Broncos. Yeah, he's gonna take his Bronco to California. So, yeah. Man, I'm excited for him, to be honest. Listen, I think Hawaii is phenomenal. I think Hawaii is beautiful, and if I can make it a reality to say that I can bring my show or whatever to Hawaii, I would do this from Hawaii more than happily. I think it's beautiful, but as I understand my brother from Hawaii, you probably, once you get used to it, it's probably not as exciting. I still think it's beautiful, but my kids might not think that way. You know what I'm saying? So I know it's crazy. It's crazy. All right. So Ken Queef is in timeout. If anybody else wants to call, the line is open. Let's go ahead and see what C-SPAN wants to say about Dr. Fauci. Let's take a listen here real quick.
Member Peters, members of the committee, I served at the NIH for over 54 years, 38 of those as director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases. Over that period, I proved that I believe in and respect the value of legitimate congressional oversight. In fact, I testified before and/or briefed Senate and House Senate and House committees well over 200 times over those 38 years. During and after the COVID pandemic, I have appeared multiple times for hearings in the Senate and the House, usually under oath, and sat for several days-long transcribed sworn interviews, answering questions about the very issues that are now the subject of this hearing. However, given Senator Paul's obvious obsession with calling for my prosecution, his repeated slanderous comments about me, and recently his publicly releasing my unredacted personal diary aimed at embarrassing and intimidating me, the only conclusion I can reach is that the sole reason he is calling me before this committee is to get me to say something, anything, that could vindicate his repeated public pledges that I end up, in his words, quote, behind bars, unquote. Any reasonable person who has followed his unhinged obsession with me would readily come to the same conclusion. Therefore, although it pains me to do so, because of the respect I have for the legislative branch of government and my decades-long record of cooperating with Congress, under the advice of my attorneys, I will invoke my right under the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution to refrain from answering your questions. Thank you.
And there you go. So in case you were wondering why we are not watching the hearing of Fauci, it's because, well, he said it from the beginning. He will not be answering any questions. And that is true, Mouse. My hands will... They're not shaking now, but I'm sure at some point they shake. You are true. That is correct. He is old and his hands are shaking. I get you, Brand. I know. But I'm making a point. He is a liar. It's what I'm trying to say. I know a lot of people have the shakes on their hands. Now, with that being said, I do have, let's see, the federal chair, Kevin Warsh, speaks after interest rate decision meeting. Let me see what he says about that. I'm actually interested on that. Now, he is live. Let me go back to the beginning of his speech. Let's see here. Now, before we get to the video, you guys are more than welcome to call. Anybody? Right now is the time. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Let's see what do we have here. Gives you the... Why did he get a preemptive pardon? Mousy, that's a good question. It is a good question. You know what's funny is a year ago, when I was looking into it, I asked that question. I was like, wait a minute. Why is this futuristic future pardons being applied right now? If let's say if Fauci confessed of all of the things that he did, all the lies that he told, we will never forget, and I hope that you guys never forget either. They shot us down. They took away our rights. They villainized us. I want you to remember that. I know. I'm a very vindictive person. Vindicted. No, I don't know what the word is. But vengeance. I look for vengeance. I'm very, what's the word? Let me see. Vengativo. Vengative? Oh boy. Vengativo. Let's see if in English is vengeful. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay. I'm very vengeful. I really am. Until I feel that people are being honest with me. And then I forgive. But when they continue to lie, I am very vengeful. So here's the thing. If he, let's be honest, the guy's not stupid. All right, here we go. Vengeful, not vindication. Very vengeful. Here, if he would have confessed to all of his crimes, and then he wanted to get pardoned, that's a possibility. He could still get pardoned, even though he's guilty as hell. But if he gets pardoned, the president can pardon whoever the hell they want. It's that simple. Now, being a future, a preemptive pardon, that makes me believe that this son of a bitch is as guilty as fuck. It's that simple. There's no coding it. He is guilty as hell. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. So that's why I mentioned, that Rand Paul was having a conversation with another person there, and, they were talking about it, and they said, well, we just wanted him to be honest. He's not going to go to jail. He has a pardon. He has a blanket that covers him from ever being indicted. You know what I'm saying? He's not going to prison. All we wanted for him is to tell the truth, be honest, which he didn't. From the very beginning, his opening statement, by giving a statement, by the way, he can probably be held in contempt. But he pled the fifth on everything, and that's why we're not watching it. With that being said, let's go ahead and take a listen here to the Fed chair and see what's going on here with these interest rates. Man, man. Let's see what's going on here. What's going on?
Good day. My second FOMC committee meeting as chairman has come quickly. It's probably too early to call it a streak, but our discussions again were collegial and constructive. I'm truly lucky to work with colleagues so capable and mission focused, and so determined, like I am, to sharpen the performance of the Federal Reserve. Today, as you know, our committee decided to vote by a 9-3 vote to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 3.5% to 3.75%. The committee is continuing its policy of making ample reserves in the banking system. The economy is showing impressive resilience. Even with recent shocks, the trends are positive and reveal solid growth. Job gains have kept pace with the workforce, and the unemployment rate has changed little. Inflation remains elevated relative to the committee's 2% goal. The committee remains resolute. You've heard this before, but we will deliver price stability. As before, the policy statement conveys just the facts. It's steering clear of forecasting, a choice we consider especially prudent at these uncertain times. Uncertainty, however, does not mean a lack of clarity. For some households, businesses, and market professionals, 5 years of high inflation have left a mistaken impression that's hard to shake, that the Fed's implicit inflation target was somehow above 2%. Let me reiterate, there is no soft inflation target. There is no soft implicit target, not on this committee's watch. There's only a target, and it's 2%. Not one of my FOMC colleagues is under any illusion. We have begun a new chapter, and we understand that the 5+ years of inflation above target cannot be cured in 9 weeks, or by a single month of modest price decreases. This Fed will not waver. Our credibility rests on performing our duties and delivering on our responsibilities. Americans are right to expect that because our nation's prosperity depends on it. To the regulars here in the press room, today's assessment might sound familiar, yet there was nothing inertial about our discussions, our policy, or our strategy. 2 economic developments are worth highlighting. The first is a very notable change since our last meeting 42 days ago. Nominal and real yields are materially higher across the Treasury curve. In fact, some of the increases in market interest rates between FOMC meetings are among the most significant in the last 2 decades, ranking around the top decile or so. But if the committee didn't change its policy rate, what happened? In the intermeeting period, market attention centered on real data and real economic developments. Prices reacted in real time to incoming information, and the reduction in forward guidance may have been a factor. Market participants are learning to play the ball, not the referee, and market prices will continue to respond in the direction and magnitude they see fit. This is, in my view, a change for the better, and we're just getting started. After all, the central bank need not always and everywhere be the center of attention. I understand the desire for rolling forecasts and commentary from this committee, but for our part, we need to observe market reaction to developments, direct and unfiltered. I want to stress, of course, that decisions by this committee matter a great deal, and where necessary and appropriate, we will not hesitate to act. A second economic development is one that I noted at the congressional oversight hearings this month, but it's worth repeating. The most striking feature of the economy is the strong growth of business investment. The surge in high-tech CapEx has been remarkable, but that does not necessarily make the Fed's role any easier. In the AI-related category of high-tech equipment and software, the most recent data shows 4-quarter growth rates of nearly 20%.
This is helping to sustain the healthy momentum of manufacturing output. More generally, CapEx is preparing the ground for future growth. Nonetheless, the precise timing and magnitude of effects on the supply side remain hard to predict. FOMC meetings produce policy decisions, but just as important is candid discussion of the big things that matter most. That too is a priority in this new chapter at the Fed. In our meeting, vigorous discussion centered on 4 questions, which I will enumerate. First, we talked a lot about the implications of the past 5 years of high inflation on the current policy conjuncture. To echo an old phrase, has the past really passed? Second, my colleagues and I considered the economic shocks of recent years, strained supply chains arising from the pandemic, military conflicts, energy supply disruptions, substantial increases in tariff rates, and yes, the surge in AI-related investment. These differ in their sources. Do they also differ in their effects on output and employment? Third, we took up the related question of price increases arising from shocks. The business CapEx boom, for example, is driving up prices of memory and logic chips and associated AI infrastructure. Do these changes indicate a broader inflationary dynamic, or do we just focus on them because they are under the bright streetlight? Finally, we discuss monetary policy tools and strategies for achieving stable prices. If, as the Fed has long held, interest rate policy should be its primary monetary policy instrument, how much accommodation are we getting from the balance sheet? In all of this, our work is advancing at the Fed. We're asking the right questions. And in this consequential time, we know how very much depends on getting the right answers. Of course, you've all arrived with questions of your own, so let's turn to them now.
Let's start with Steve.
Thank you for taking our questions, Mr. Chairman. Sure. You've had a couple months now, or 9 weeks, or whatever number it is, to see the markets behave in the absence of forward guidance. I'm wondering if you could tell me, what message are you getting from the markets as to where policy ought to be right now?
Yeah, so I think officially it's 8 weeks and 4 days, but I'm not counting. The message from markets is the message from markets. What I've really been trying to do, Steve, as I think you appreciate, your colleagues appreciate, is getting an unfiltered message from markets, getting a direct message. Letting buyers and sellers meet at prices for treasuries, for the foreign exchange value of the dollar, and then trying to judge for ourselves, what does that mean about our remit? How are we doing on inflation? How are we doing on employment? We're trying not to interfere with that market signal. That's part of the reason why we've been somewhat spare in our words, why we pulled back from forward guidance. So they're reacting to events, I would say, much more directly over the 42 days since we last met. This is a good thing. As I mentioned in the prepared remarks, we've seen a material tightening, not just in nominal rates, but in real rates too. And we're observing it. We're trying to stay out of that because, many of you might be interested in our reaction function. We're interested in the reaction of financial markets.
I get that, Mr. Chairman, and I guess the follow-up question is, if the markets are talking to you, what do you hear them saying? And if it's real rates are higher, it would suggest that that's where the funds rate ought to go.
Yeah, so
sorry.
I'm sorry, it's your question. So interpreting markets is an imperfect business. We central bankers, like market pros, can think these things are overdetermined, but let me offer some speculation. First, as we said in the FOMC statement that you got at 2 o'clock, the economy output is solid. CapEx and productivity are strong. Labor markets solid, steady. The bond market, the Treasury market, it seems to be saying that as well. If I were to try to break down, disaggregate the Treasury market signals, I wouldn't be able to do it perfectly. But the bond market's saying many of those same things, and that's why we're seeing a tightening both in nominals and in reals. Even while at some level we haven't done much in 42 days, the markets have done quite a bit.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. You seem to have got the family fight you were after at this meeting. We saw three dissents. Could you characterise the arguments that those dissenters put forward, please, and tell us a little bit why you weren't persuaded by them at this stage? Thank you.
So I guess I shouldn't give you their best arguments. I'll give you some others. So you're right. I asked for a good family fight and I got one. That's the purpose. That's the design feature. I come into this meeting, even this press conference, heartened by what I've experienced the last 2 days. Most of our discussion were on the big questions that matter to the conduct of monetary policy. We didn't sort of hide from them. We weren't scared of them. There was a lot more interaction between and among my colleagues. It was a real family fight. My view, which you've long heard, is that's the better way to get policy right. That's our North Star. So there was a lot of agreement that I heard that we have the powers, the tools, also the authority to deliver stable prices. No walking back from our responsibilities. There was a large majority support for the decision that we made in the room. But I also want to leave you, Claire, with one other impression. There was nothing inertial about that discussion. It was an active, robust discussion about what's in the full range of what we can do and might want to do in the period ahead. You characterized accurately there was a disagreement about a decision today. I would say that doesn't sort of capture the full essence of the discussion. The path to central bank heaven requires delivering on our remit. These days, that means delivering on price stability. I wouldn't measure that path in 42 days or any one particular meeting. And I came out of that meeting even more confident that this is the right team to win the battle against high inflation.
How much do you think not going in July was down to the cool CPI print for June?
So in 2 words, not much. Not much. I'd like to believe that the committee shares my views, which is the historic problem with data dependence is the data and the dependence. We are not relying on any one individual piece of data as cover or as an excuse or as validation. What I care about and what I think the committee cares about is trends on the data. Sure, we got some encouraging inflation data. I think at the meeting 42 days ago, I said something like 63 months of inflation above target. I didn't say 64, though the final calculation might be a close one. So we'll be watching inflation data over the period ahead. But I also don't want you to leave the misimpression that we're sort of breathlessly waiting that. I've called for a task force to revisit both the private and public data we use to make our decision making. That task force is out doing their work. I'll be checking back in with them the next couple of weeks, but I wouldn't say we overly relied on any one piece of data, including that data which surprised some a couple of weeks ago.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Thanks. Neil Irwin with Axios. Thank you for taking our questions. So the Fed funds rate is now about 75 basis points below the 2-year yield. It suggests markets think you'll have to tighten eventually, about 100 basis points below most Taylor rule estimates. You're hitting your employment mandate, inflation stays high. Why should rates not be higher today?
There's a lot in there, Neil. So rates are higher today than they were 42 days ago. Markets have made decisions because we step back in part from trying to influence those. Market judgments have moved up on what nominal rates are across the Treasury curve. That doesn't mean we take them as by dictation, but we're observing them. So I think it's a mischaracterization to say that markets haven't reacted because we didn't move today. Markets are reacting in real time. In the period ahead, we've got important decisions to make about the policy rate. Markets in the intervening period, I think, have quite a bit of decisions to make. I'll see if I can put it this way. Monetary policy matters not just by what we say or even what we do. Monetary policy matters by how it affects the real economy. And these prices that we see in financial markets is one of the many ways in which it affects the real economy. We'll be continuing to watch that market information, see how it responds to incoming events, and that can help inform our decision making when we meet in 7 or 8 weeks.
How would you characterize in the family fight the last couple of days of you and the other 8 members who wanted to hold? Was that a strong conviction, or was that a hair trigger close call on holding versus tightening?
Well, I think the vote was 9-3. The broader discussion to my ear over the course of the last days showed a lot of agreement on the hard questions. 4 questions I raised at the outset about what's really happening in the economy with the shocks and absent the shocks. What are our tools and our capabilities? What's the effect on prices on output? I heard a lot of commonality on the questions. Were there different leans on the answers? You bet there was. So could people come to different conclusions? Absolutely. But my own judgment is this is a period of watchful thinking, not watchful waiting. And I think the score on that vote was unanimous.
Thank you, Colby Smith with the New York Times. You've mentioned that looking at the Fed's policy tools is one element of a 3-pronged strategy to address the inflation problem. So I'm curious how you view the effectiveness of those tools. If inflation is too high and not coming down, is the best remedy to raise interest rates?
So that was the discussion in the last 2 days. Is that the dominant remedy? If inflation continues to be elevated through the forecast period, interest rates could well be part of that solution. But I wouldn't say it's in isolation. I tried to describe in my remarks today a point that I made into the oversight committees a couple of weeks ago. I think there was a misimpression by some in financial markets, by some households and businesses, that central bankers like me, we set a 2% inflation target, but maybe we were more tolerable of a somewhat higher inflation target. In economics, we'd call that the revealed preference. And so might it have been rational for people to think, well, their inflation target's somewhat higher. What I heard in the last 2 days, what I've heard in 8.5 weeks is no. We will deliver the 2% inflation target. That is the committee's definition of price stability. So one way, absent the tools that you reference, to ensure that we get there is ensure that expectations are centered around the right number. And I think we made some progress on that. I am not suggesting we're done on that. It's worth reiterating. And ultimately, the business we're in, Colby, is performance. We are going to be judged by how we perform. And that's what we intend to do. The inflation target, making clear expectations is one part of it. Making sure we demonstrate we're responsible for it, we're not blaming as another. And our policy tools, like you referenced, is the third and equally consequential part.
How are you factoring the fact that a large portion of the inflation overshoot is being caused by supply shocks, as it's mentioned again in the statement? Does that blunt the effectiveness of rate hikes in your view?
First, on the premise of your question, it was almost as if you were listening to our discussion in the last day and a half. A lot of our focus was on trying to understand and identify underlying inflation dynamics amid shocks. We take these shocks seriously. There have been a series of them that have been hitting this economy. We're not looking through them and saying, oh, they don't matter. But we're trying to understand is to what extent are these shocks broadening in their effect, broadening in their impact on prices that are quite far removed from it. Our goal is to have growth that is broadening and inflation that is becoming more limited, more circumscribed. I'll be the first to admit the shocks make this job and this policy conjuncture a little tougher, but that's among the chief questions we've asked ourselves. And around the room, people have different views on it. I tend to think in the coming months we're going to refine that view and have a better judgment, and we're going to have market prices trying to help inform it too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. I guess I want to drill down maybe a little bit. What specifically, in your mind, would be the argument then for a pause today?
So I wouldn't characterize what we did as anything like a pause. I would characterize what we did as a rigorous review of the economic situation. I would characterize what we did as a review of the big hard questions, and I'd characterize it as a view of what our own homework is to try to resolve those questions in the period ahead. If you were to try to force a description that this was a pause, I would say financial market prices would take the other side of that. Financial market prices in this intermeeting period, they didn't pause, they reacted to the inflation data in one direction, strong economic growth in the other direction, and nominal and real rates went up. Did the Fed take an explicit change in its policy rate today? No, but I think that's the beginning of the story, not the end of the story.
And if I could, I did want to ask, not forward guidance, but looking forward. Traditionally, a Federal Reserve chairman uses the Jackson Hole Summit as a sort of a reset of monetary policy. Well, how do you look at the speech that you're going to make in August?
I look at it like a blank piece of paper right now. I have not begun consideration with the incredible team here what would go into that document. I think you characterized it correctly. Historically, at least from my first tour of duty at the Fed to more recent periods, it would be sort of a setting up speech more often than not of what was going to be happening in the fall. I haven't made any judgments on that, but those are judgments we'll have to come to. If I could, in the high mountain air in Jackson, Wyoming, I'd like to also frame the big questions. There is a tendency, especially with the proliferation of meetings and press conferences, to get caught up in the myopic. Did you do this by a quarter or do that? Ultimately, whether we deliver on price stability matters some, the decisions we make in 6 or 7 or 8 week periods. But they matter more, what are the big questions? What's really happening with productivity? What's really happening with demographics? What's really happening to the global economy amid the shocks? Haven't made a decision whether it's going to be a big picture speech or whether it's going to be a more traditional setup for all the action we're going to have between September and December. I will tell you one other thing that I am doing between now and Jackson Hole, which is I'm checking with those task forces. My first principle of establishing a task force is find the best subject matter experts anywhere in the world and put them together, especially put them together with other people who might disagree with them. In the next couple weeks, I'm going to be doing a check back in. I've given them time to sort of think hard about their agenda, their debate, their schedule, and when they might be ready for prime time. I'll be doing a little bit of that checking, and that may or may not inform anything I have to say in Jackson.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chairman Warsh, I want to follow up on Colby's question about policy transmission. You've said there's no cruel choice between stable prices and full employment. Rates bring inflation down by cooling demand. It's generally thought that can show up in the labor market. If that's not the channel you're relying on, what is?
Yeah, so let me go back to first principles, Nick. I don't believe that either part of our mandate is generally at war with the other part. I do not believe that price stability and full employment is an either-or proposition. There have been policymakers over the last several generations who have thought that there is a strict trade-off there. That isn't my judgment. In fact, my judgment is if and when we deliver on our remit, we're going to be satisfying both prongs. We're going to have price stability and full employment. And in fact, if you want to do the most harm to the labor markets, you would run a period of high inflation that's variable such that employers, businesses, wouldn't really know what's going on. So I think the two parts of our mandate are equally important. We have no legislative orphans here. I've been talking mostly about price stability because we're doing pretty well collectively as a country, as policymakers on the full employment side. But we're doing considerably less well on prices. That's why we describe them as elevated, and that's what's taken most of our discussion. In terms of transmission mechanisms of monetary policy, I think different tools work through different transmission mechanisms. The interest rates work through lending channels and credit channels, maybe confidence channels and foreign exchange. The balance sheet probably works through some other channels like signaling and portfolio balance. We're keeping full abreast of all these tools in making policy. But if the suggestion is somehow we're going to be fine-tuning aggregate demand so it catches supply, that's not my mental model. I don't think we're great in the fine-tuning business. We're trying to get supply and demand in broad order, but really what we're doing as we sit here today at this press conference is I think we've got a reasonable sense of what aggregate demand looks like in this economy. We're inferring aggregate supply. We're making a judgment about what productivity is. And in some sense, there's a race between supply and demand. And the surge in business CapEx in and around AI, it's making that calculation a little harder to judge, but in the period ahead, we're going to be trying to judge just that.
And if I could ask, where exactly was the disagreement today? Was it about the inflation forecast, or was it something more around the risks, the tactics?
Yeah, so I'm going to I'll let the dissenters speak for themselves. The way I heard it over the last 2 days was overwhelming agreement on objectives and authority and commitment. I didn't hear anybody walking away from it. The judgments as to how best to achieve the price stability, that was probably the question that we were trying to answer. What's the best move? What's the best strategy? What's the best way to achieve it? And a second question that was asked is, when do we need to make those harder calls? When do we need to make those decisions? And like I said to one of your colleagues, I was comforted that markets in the intermeeting period weren't reacting to us. They weren't reacting to dots or to speeches. They appeared more than ever to be reacting to real-time events. So they're gauging themselves how restrictive the Treasury curve should be. And that, I think, has been a useful development. We don't endorse any particular market move, but I'd also suggest we observe them with keen interest.
Janelle Marte with Bloomberg. Following up on that, there was more uncertainty in the markets about what the Fed would do at this meeting. To some extent, you might think that's what you want to see. But my question is about, is there a point at which you would not want to surprise the markets if they were pricing in something with higher certainty that was opposite of what you were intending to do? What are the risks that you see associated with that?
Yeah, so it's a good question. Surprise is not the objective function. Surprise is not what we're solving for. We have a clear North Star. What we're solving for is how to make the best decisions. Almost everything else should be in service to that goal. By not spoon-feeding markets, by not previewing our decisions, by not sort of giving nudges and leans, my colleagues and I have found in the intermeeting period, what we're getting is the views from a very accomplished economist. That's the internals of financial markets. Instead of just repeating or echoing what we're saying back to us, they're giving us somewhat, not perfect, their own judgment. Surprises are not the objective, but at the same time, I would say we didn't come into this meeting feeling constrained by the full range of alternatives we had in front of us.
So some of your peers have continued to discuss how they think about policy decisions, and if you don't offer your reaction function or your way of thinking about it, how concerned are you that you're ceding control of the narrative?
So not very concerned. That's a short answer to the question. When some people that follow the Fed say, well, we don't want your forecast. We don't want your dot. We just want your reaction function. Part of me hears what we really want is your forecast. What we really want is your dot. In terms of reaction function, let me sort of disabuse people of a question that may or may not be real and be out there. Any central banker, especially a central banker where the labor markets are more or less at equilibrium. Any central banker, when he or she sees underlying inflation moving higher, he or she is more inclined to tighten policy. Again, when you've achieved the other side of your mandate and you see underlying inflation falling, he's more inclined to loosen policy. That's my reaction function, and I don't suspect it will cause people to not continue to pry for more, because the truth is, for a very long time in a lot of countries, coming out of the 2008 crisis, we're in crisis mode, we were purposefully providing a lot of information, trying to provide a lot of assurance, trying to tell people exactly what we're going to do, offering forward guidance with clarity as if we're tying our own hands behind our back. Well, in crisis mode, that strikes me as a very prudent policy. But in more benign conditions, it strikes me as worth revisiting. But markets and market participants and reporters have learned to devour all that information, so I take seriously that the pullback of forward guidance requires some transition. Reform isn't easy, but our general judgment is going to help us make better decisions, and in so doing, satisfy our remit.
Paul Weissman. There's a mic coming.
Thank you. When you talk about the 2% inflation target, what measure are you relying on?
Yeah, so I'll give two answers. First, let me give the proper standard answer. The Federal Reserve every January outlines a statement of purposes and strategy. And in that strategy document, which I believe was dated January of this year, it describes a measure of PCE inflation as the objective function there. I have enough of my own, so that's our number, we're sticking with it. Who knows come after next January what we might say about strategy. I suspect the task forces might have something to add. But I'll say this, some version of the Lucas critique, some version of Goodhart's law in economics should remind us that when we talk about measures of inflation or something else, and we describe those measures as being consistent with our objectives, we might make them such that they're not very good measures or very good objectives. Broadly, if you said to me standing in front of you, I abide fully by the strategy document, we're going to deliver 2% inflation and not a whisper more, but to achieve that, I'm looking at a broader set of inflation data than PCE. So without sort of fully revealing my cards, I'm trying to understand, like my colleagues, what's the underlying generalized change in prices that are happening in the economy. It is not a perfect science. I might have said 42 days ago, I've got a task force for that. But we have a data project that's trying to look and see whether we can't separate the noise from the signal. And so if you would hear a message from me, yes, I care about what the PCE prints are. I care about what the contributions are from CPI and everything else. But my lens is broader than that, even though the remit is quite narrow.
Mike McKee.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm struggling a little bit with some of what you've said today, and maybe you can help clarify this. You've said over and over again that your job is to bring down prices, to get prices stable, to hit your target, and that you will hit your target. The market says you're not there yet because they've raised rates, but all you've talked about today is talking about it. And it's not like members of the committee weren't there before you talking about it. So I guess what the American people might be asking is, what are you waiting for?
Yeah. So believe it or not, this press conference is not all I've done today. We have spent an inordinate amount of time in the last 2 days, 2 weeks, looking at our monetary policy strategy, evaluating our tools, thinking hard about the sources of data that we have at our disposal and we wish we had. We've also thought hard about the period ahead. What among these questions will be answered with more clarity, certainly not certainty? So the decision we'd made today, the discussion we had in that room, was the farthest thing from inertia I can imagine. As a point estimate at this very moment, in a choice between two alternatives, you heard the results of it, but I would tell you that this discussion was far more robust, and our thinking about how best to achieve that target is advanced, and over the coming months I expect it to be advanced much more significantly. If I were to steal a follow-up question, I won't let you won't be giving it up. If I were to steal a follow-up question, well, what's the world think about what you've done? I would again reiterate, what we do isn't just about what we say. It's not just about what we do. We're in the performance business. And so if I look at the Treasury curve, if I look at the dollar, if I look at a lot of things that are internals inside of financial markets, I think what they're broadly saying is that this committee does own it, has the credibility to deliver it, and they believe, like I do, that we will. But I don't want to leave you with a misimpression. We've got no magic wand. This isn't something that we're going to be able to carry out in days or weeks, but we're going to deliver on the responsibility that Congress gave us. And today's meeting and the preparation for today's meeting was an important step towards that destination.
I'd like to follow up on the task forces as well and ask, what vetting did you do of the people that you appointed to the task forces? In particular, given Mark Andreessen's substantial political spending, $25 million in just the past year to back candidates who oppose stricter AI regulation, how can the public be confident that a committee he co-chairs will provide an independent assessment of AI's economic effects rather than one aligned with the interests of the AI industry?
Yeah, so I selected 15 incredible subject matter experts to tackle 5 of the most important questions that if we get the answers right, we're going to do a far better job in delivering. And if we get the answers wrong, we have a problem. The comfort that I can give you and your listeners is we're the decision makers. The chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve and the members of the board and the FOMC, we will be the consumers of the outputs from 5 different committees. The judgments we're making will be informed by, but not at all determined by, these outside groups. My theory of the case in establishing the task forces were to pick people with extraordinary talent, depth of expertise, and a divergence of views inside every committee, so they too can have a family fight. This is not outsourcing to people that aren't known and haven't been vetted. This is seeing whether new ideas can catalyze a broader, better, more informed discussion inside the room. And I'm very confident that we're going to be able to do that. I am impressed by the credentials of these 15 people. And full disclosure, I've known almost all of them for a very long time. And I think they're going to give their best views on the subject. But ultimately, these are decisions we're going to make, and we're accountable to our oversight committees and to the remit Congress gave us to deliver.
Hi, Ann Saphir with Reuters. Nice to see you again. So I need a little help here too. You've said repeatedly you have no tolerance for inflation, and yet we are seeing above target inflation repeatedly for 5 years and through your term so far. And sure, you have no magic wand, but you have not taken action. You just gave us a little peek at your reaction function as well. You said that if underlying inflation is rising, that you would tend to think that you might need to tighten. And with the exception of the most recent inflation print, that is what we've been seeing. So could you explain what you mean by no tolerance for inflation and what you plan to do about it?
Sure. So, Ann, I hear from you what I hear more broadly from households and businesses. impatience. Deliver it already. This is not an excuse. This is a fact. This FOMC, this board has been in business for 8.5 weeks. The patience, the impatience that households and businesses feel have been going on for 63 months. We are on the job. We will deliver. We are focused like a laser on making sure we can do it. But the suggestion that we're going to be able to do it with our magic wand is one I want to disabuse you and everyone else of. But the discussion in the last 2 days give me more confidence even than I had 8.5 weeks ago. This team that we have at the FOMC, the support that we have from board staff, and the new hard questions we're asking, we need to resolve those. And as we resolve those questions, get smarter on those, we're going to deliver on the remit. You don't have to take my word for it. If you look broadly at market prices, they are certainly not saying all clear, but they are working in concert to keep us on our toes, and they have tightened financial conditions in this intra-meeting period, and that has given us that has provided us some comfort that we've got the ability and capability to deliver.
And is your read or your, I guess, faith in markets' ability to sort of make a judgment and then you to take signal from that judgment, how does that affect you when you come up on the September meeting and markets are seeing a near 100% chance of a rate hike as they see now? How does that feed into your decision making and your thinking?
So we're not going to be constrained by market prices. We're not going to be constrained or take verbatim from what the market's doing. But I think it's useful and to understand that markets can be a very good source of information. Not a determinative source, not a perfect source, but if we're trying to land the plane and deliver 2% inflation, and we take a very useful source of information and we get it all fogged up by giving it our own forecasts, by providing rolling commentary, I can assure you that we're going to have less information, less ability to land the plane successfully and deliver price stability. We're just trying to make sure that that source of information is as direct and unfiltered as possible. It isn't to the exclusion of data sources and opinions and other surveys, but if you're hearing from me, we wanted to make sure we were getting a better source of information. I think in a relatively short time we are.
We'll go to Brian Chung for the last question.
Hi, Chairman Warsh. Brian Chung with NBC News. So you said you'd be open to having press conferences when there's news to make. So today, no change to rates, no forward guidance. For the average household, I guess, what was the news today?
So apparently it was news that I had a press conference. Let me just see if I can offer some clarity on that. Between now and year end, my predecessors and the Federal Reserve committed to press conferences this year. I'm committing to press conferences this year. That might be news to the people in this room and of no particular interest to your viewers and your readers back at home. What I can offer as assurance is that the Fed's on the case, that this Fed chairman feels better about this board and this committee's ability to deliver than I did when I showed up here on the first day, and I showed up pretty confident. I've been heartened by the reception that I received. No doubt in some of your commentaries today, you'll talk about a divided Federal Reserve. Well, that's not the feeling I felt the last couple of days and the couple of days before it. What I felt was a group of professionals, all with different perspectives, different views, different judgments, but eager to roll up their sleeves and have a family fight, and eager to reform the way in which the Fed does policy, a keenness and open-mindedness and curiosity about that, so we have a far better chance to deliver on the remit that Congress gave us. And so I want to leave you with the optimism of a new central banker that we're committed as ever to deliver and to offer an assurance we will. Thank you all very much.
Oh my goodness. That is some torture right there. I know that's not entertainment. I apologize. I figure that I show this so that our friends on the left could understand something about inflation and why it's important for these things to be taken care of. With that being said, we had a couple of people in here that came in and they started talking about how California is the largest economy in the United States of America. I tend to ask questions to people just to see if they have any critical thinking skills. Just to see if they have some common sense. Just to see if they have the Trump derangement syndrome. That's all. I test for these things. Call me Dr. Dennis. Oh, I'm going to have to change my name. Dr. Dennis Herrera Show. That's what I'm going to call it. That's what I'm going to call the show. The Dr. Dennis Herrera Show. Anywho, I ask these questions because I want to see if they are really concerned about the economy of this country. I want to, especially when they bring up California is the fourth largest economy. Okay, my question is always this. Why? Why is it the largest economy power? Now, when you answer that question honestly, if you have the brains to understand why, and you answer the question honestly, then I'll take you seriously. Yeah, they got problems with words, don't they? Yeah. I know. I put this on the chat. Let me see if I still have it on my copy and paste. I put this. No, that's not it. I put this on the chat. We compared Louisiana. Louisiana is a poor state. Let's be honest. And I gave you this. Let me grab it real quick. Let me put it on here. I gave you this, right? And I said, here is a hint for you. So you can try to explain to me why California is the largest economy in the United States. Somehow, I'm sorry, but leftards, they don't get it. I'm going to put it there again. I'm going to put it again. Right there. Now, if you've been watching me for long enough, you guys know this. Hey, Christine, nice try. What makes the money? Not Hollywood. I wish it was, how can I say this? There is a small thing that you don't understand about California, about blue cities and states. There's one thing you don't understand about it. Like, for example, one of the things, spit it out, don't waste my fucking time. I don't know, Armageddon. I don't know if you're talking to me. Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? Are you talking to me? I like it when I have illegal immigrants coming into my chat and tell me that my English sucks. Oh, man, you guys crack me up. I'm going to assume that he was talking about me. All right. Thank you, my man. Much love. All right. Since these cowards don't want to call in, it's okay. Let me tell you something. I always ask, let me see. What is this? Jorge Maldonado says, Louisiana, Alabama, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, all red states. Hey, nothing wrong with it. Calm down, SA. I already have a couple of illegal immigrants fail the question. What does SA stand for? They always fail. Scott Burren, my Canadian brother, eh? Good to have you here. Now, here's just that. California has a much larger population than Louisiana, with California holding about 39.3 million people. Louisiana is 4.6 million people. The question is, why is it that while California is the fourth largest economy, they are tied with Louisiana in poverty? Why? That's the question. You missed it. That is the question. Why? Explain to me why. The fourth largest economy in the United States of America is tied up with the poorest state, a red state. Woo, man. Come on, SA. Give me some answers. I want to hear some answers. The libtards get away with the blue and green hair here because of the Seahawks. So they get away with it. We can't tell libtards sometime because there's a lot of Seahawks fans here in Washington State. Oh, boy, man. Bill Leslie in the house. Here we go. Let me just go ahead and start talking about it. California is going to be updated. It will not be the fourth largest economy. California is losing billions of dollars. So don't get too happy about being the fourth economy, the fourth largest economy in the United States of America. California is losing billions and hundreds of billions of dollars to Louisiana, to Tennessee, to red states. First of all, because they're morons. Second of all, they are libtards. So the answer to the question, since you don't know how to answer the damn question, I ask you, how can the fourth largest economy state of California be just as poor as Louisiana? What the hell? I don't know anything about Louisiana. All I know is crawfish and what the hell was that food made? Maybe some chitlins. I don't know. Maybe some chitlins. What's the other special food from Louisiana? Somebody help me out. What is the typical food, the traditional food in Louisiana? There's a food that I'm thinking of, and it's in the tip of my brain, but I can't remember what the hell it's called. I don't know why. I'm thinking about mondongo, and that's a Honduran thing. Okay, that's a Honduran thing. All right, here we go. Look, listen. It's very clear. It's very clear. Very easy. Listen, and I always ask this question, right? There's a gumbo. Thank you, for Pete's sakes. Thank you so much. That is right. Gumbo. Jambalaya. That's right, man. You guys know what I'm talking about. Gumbo, bros. You know what? I should have described the plate. Rice, crab legs, hot links, chicken, all kinds of shit in there. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, I always ask people this question. Now, I got conservatives. I got people that in the middle. I don't know what the fuck that means. But we have libtards. And I say always, the same question is this. And the answer is always the same from the libtards. It's no surprise. I always ask, all right, here we are. You and me. We are going to go ahead and raise the economy. How do we make more money? Go ahead. Put it on the chat. How do we make more money? The answer is always the same from the libtards. It's always the same. I'm going to tell you something. I might cut this live short today because I think I want to get some tacos. I'm getting hungry here. I'm thinking about jambalaya. Gamba. My goodness, I want to eat some tacos. I don't know why. No. How do we make more money? I'll give you a tip. Taxes are okay. Christine, too much common sense. Too much common sense. More jobs. No, high taxes is not what we want. That's what the libtards always say. You work for it. Products and services. Let's go. Come on. That's what I'm talking about. The libtards always say raise taxes. There is your answer. California, largest economy in the United States of America. We have 39.3 million Californians. I shouldn't even say that. There's a lot of illegal immigrants in California. I guarantee you that. Millions of illegal immigrants are in California. I guarantee you. Jorge knows. Javier knows. Everybody and their mama knows that there is millions of illegal immigrants in California. With that being said, taxes. Taxes. That's how they make the money. And that, my friends, it's why the fourth largest economy, California, ties Louisiana, a very poor state. Whether it is red is irrelevant because they tax the shit out of the people. 39 million people being taxed to death in California. That makes them the largest economy power in the United States of America. And the libtards are so proud to say we are the fourth largest economy, but not once in their lifetime did they ever say, how is the poverty level? Not once did they question it. Not once did they think about how many people are suffering in this country, in this state that is so rich. Nobody that has money gives a shit about the poor. Rich people don't give a shit about the hardworking Americans. Corrupted politicians don't give a shit about the hardworking Americans. They put illegal immigrants first. Why? Because they can abuse them. Why? Because they can't say shit to defend themselves. Otherwise, they'll get deported. It is interesting. It's entertaining to me that these people that think they're so smart to come and try to insult us. They come in here into the Dennis Herrera show and they say they are smarter than me. I just wish they prove it because I'm not that smart. I wish they would prove me wrong. But it's always the same argument. It's always, California is a blue state and that's the largest economy. But they never mention the problems that they have in California, like theft, crime, gangs, corrupted politicians, fraud, scam. Think about the billions and billions of dollars that corrupted politicians steal from Californians. Think about it. How much more money would our country have with the largest economy in the United States of America? California is fantastic. I don't disagree. It's beautiful to me. It's beautiful. We have a coast. A lot of business happens. A lot of taxes. Federal taxes, okay. City taxes. Local taxes, community taxes, gas taxes. For Pete's sakes, you guys are paying $2 more per gallon of gas. because you live in California. And California is no Hawaii. I know, Jim. I'm just making an example because they always bring California is the fourth largest economy. It's all good, Ron. Don't worry about it. No offense taken. I confuse Russians with Ukrainians. It's okay. I can't tell one Korean from a Chinese. It's okay. I can't tell where black people are from. Whether you're from Dominican Republic or you're from Kenya, I don't know. For example, Ethiopians and Somalis, they look the same to me. They got the alien head thing. You know what I'm saying? It looks the same to me. It's okay. I don't get offended by it. But again, California losing petrol companies, losing big tech companies. They are losing the major companies that bring a lot of money. Not just in business, not just in sales tax, but in excise tax and payroll tax. And taxes of taxes of the taxes of the taxes, plus property taxes with more taxes. They're losing billions and billions of dollars in tax revenue, which has given them the title of the fourth largest economy in the states. Let that sink in for a second. Let's not count. How much money do migrants send from California to abroad? Let's go. Let's go. Guys, there's a phone number right there. You're free to call. You're free to call the number. You know, I just sacrificed, I don't know how long, on a very boring explanations from the Fed reserves. I thought maybe libtards would want to know why inflation is so bad, why the economy is going through what it's going through. I thought they wanted to know about high prices. I thought they wanted to understand why gas and food and housing and all these things, why inflation is so high. I thought they wanted to know. So I punished myself to listen to some shit that I already know. They don't appreciate it. Smelly, calling me names, calling my Patriots names. It does not make you look good, my friend. You need to bring some essence, some foundation, some facts. Some facts before you start insulting us. Nearly 1,000 American companies moved their financial headquarters to Ireland. Holy smokes, to take advantage of the 12.5% tax rate on business. 12.5 is pretty high, but yeah, nothing compared to California's for sure. Wow. California has the highest homeless population. Please, by all means, tell me all the goodness about California. You know what's crazy? Oh, wow. Highest unemployment. I will research all these things. You know what's crazy and what bothers me is that when we're talking about the United States of America and we care about people and we care about the economy, we care about high prices. Why? What upsets me is that most of the people that are okay with getting all these taxes being added in their state, it's people that live well off. That's what pisses me off. Socialism attracts that. Slim. Socialism attracts that. A lot of people don't understand that this third world country people, for example, people that want to come here illegally, from Honduras. They make, I don't know what they make now, but, I don't know what, let's see, how much is 10,000? What's the medium now? 10,000 a month? 10, 15,000, I can't remember. But anyways, they make their daily money, and they always compare it to dollars, right? So they think, okay, if I'm making $30 a day here in Honduras, first of all, your rent is probably going to be about maybe $500, okay, in Honduras. If you are here in the States, your rent is going to be over $3,000. Over $3,000. Compared economies. I'm going to tell you this right now. If I was to live in Honduras, if I make $1,200 a month, I'm set for life. $1,200 a month. I'm set for life. I make $10,000 here a month. I'm still in debt. I still can't pay bills. Why is that? You can argue with me about economy. Again, when you make an argument, California has a growing economy. Fuck. Yeah, money-wise has a growing economy. What about the poor? Why do you own the records in homelessness and poverty? You don't think. It's just like people just come in here and troll, but they don't think. It's like, I wish they listened so that I wouldn't have to call them libtards. I wish they would pay attention so that I don't call them names. But they just love it. They love to come and troll without any facts. I'm telling you. California has the most businesses. They're losing all those businesses. Tell me, I will listen to you if you yeah, they have lost most business. Tell me, I will listen to you. Not you, bud. You're on my team. I will listen to you libtards. If you can name the taxes that Californians have to pay. Name the taxes that Californians have to pay. And then I'll listen to you. Let me look it up. Beautiful. Go ahead. California, largest economy in the United States of America. I try to say that without laughing. Tell me what taxes Californians pay. Let me start. Matter of fact, here, I'll just label them for you. Here we go. Oh, man. California residents pay a progressive income tax, anywhere from 1 to 12.3%, plus a top rate of 13.3% for incomes over $1 million. They got the million in tax already. A base state sales tax of 7.25%. That's not too bad. Averaging 8.99% with local additions. And an effective property tax rate of roughly 0.70%. 0.70%. Income tax brackets, progressive tiers ranging from 1 to 12.3, reaching for taxable incomes above $1 million. If you are at $100,000 a year, you are paying at least 12% tax. Am I right? That's what I remember when I lived in California. State disability insurance. Now, that sounds that's very noble. Very noble. An additional payroll tax applied to wage income without a cap, bringing top wage tax rates up to 14.6%, the highest combined rate in the nation. There is also a corporate tax, a standard flat rate of 8.84% for general corporations. No wonder you guys are making a lot of money. Great economy. Sales tax. 7.25% sales tax, with local districts pushing combined rates higher than 9%. Gasoline tax, 71 cents per gallon. That's just the tax. That's not the regulation fees. That is not the environmental fees. That's just tax. Alcohol and tobacco excise tax include, what the hell is this? $3.30. What the per gallon on standard spirits, alcohol, and $2.87 per pack of cigarettes. I remember when I used to go to California and paid $3 for a pack of smokes. Now, that just pays taxes. That doesn't pay the price of the tobacco. Doesn't pay the price of the smokes. Property tax, up to 1%. Government Proposition 13 limits. Now, this is on the assessed value of owner-occupied housing. Okay? That's owner occupying, not rentals. That's different. You get more taxes on that. California levies no state or inheritance tax. What else you got, California? Woo! 50. Hey, we don't care about Australia. I tell you that right now. We don't care about Australia. Let me see. What else do I have? Here we go. Here's the tax brackets, guys. Here we go. A 1% extra is applied to single filers earning up to... Jesus. Listen to this. Listen. Don't worry about the viewers, but listen to this truth. Listen. 1% applied to single filers earning up to $11,000 or married couples making $22,000. This is probably maybe disabled people. You know what I'm saying? Like maybe they can't work. Let's just say that. 6% is applied to single filers earning between $41,000 to $57,000. 9.3% applied to single filers earning between $145,000 to $742,000. Damn! If you are in that range, you don't care about taxes. Chase, are you trying to get blocked? I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Would you like to call me? Would you like to call me and read it for me? There's a phone number. You're lucky I haven't kicked you out again. That's your fourth profile. Stop being a little nuisance. 12.3% applied to single filers earning over $1 million. Exceptions: Social Security benefits remain entirely exempt from California state income tax. Man, you can go and read all of this. Corporate and wealth tax developments. Unbelievable. This is where they get the money from. Taxes. All right, Chase, get the fuck out of my chat. You have no input, no good input. You don't understand what the United States of... You don't know how the United States of America works, do you? You're a fucking moron. You don't understand how it works, do you? The only reason why California gets to do what they do is because we're a fucking country. Let's not forget, California belonged to Mexico, and you guys couldn't pay your fucking debts. Because of the protection of the United States of America and the Union of the United States of America, you have what you have. You ungrateful sons of bitches. We can simply just kick you guys' ass out of there and take it over, but we don't. We are already part of the United States of America. Entitled motherfuckers. I don't have a problem making more money in Seattle, Washington, and paying more taxes to give to Louisiana. That's our family. That's how family works. The United States of America is one country. That is how it works. Be grateful for what you have, but don't fuck it up for the rest of us. You can't compare your wealth with ours. You are the same piece of shit blue state as we are in the whole West Coast. Every state has a benefit being part of the United States of America. We are a United States. You understand? California is not shit without the other 49 states. Washington State ain't shit without the other 49 states of the United States of America. Neither is Oregon. Neither is New York. Neither is Florida. Not one state is better than the other 49 states of the United States of America. I don't think you understand what it means to be the United States of America. You might be happy with the taxes you get paid, that you get to pay. We're not. Libtards are retarded people who like to be oppressed and abused. I'm telling you, Hawaii is beautiful. Brother Kona is leaving Hawaii. He's tired of living on the rock. Hawaii is beautiful. Better than California. It is. It is our country. It is our country. See, I find it very stupid that the states that have the better real estate of the United States of America, the states that are making all this economy flow, that they think that they're better than the rest of the states. That's not how it works. We are one country. You understand? If China came to take over California and we just sat back and watched, 49 states, we'll just sit back and watch. What the fuck are you going to do to protect California from being taken over by China? Nothing. There ain't shit that you can do about it. I don't think you understand my arguments. I get it. Well, well, well. What do we have here? We have more entertainment for our American patriots and more hate from our libtards. There we go. President Trump, come on. Let's get some. You see that, guys? Phone number. None of the libtards want to call in. You know why? Because they're fucking cowards. That's why.
Thank you very much, everybody. This is very exciting to me as a builder, somebody that builds lots of big, nice projects before I got here. And we're doing some of the best in the world right now. This is all about the Dulles Airport remodeling. It's considered one of the worst airports anywhere in the world. We're going to make it maybe the best with some hard work and some good thought process. But thank you for being here as we unveil exciting plans for a major and long overdue renovation and reconstruction of Washington's really horribly thought of Dulles International Airport. I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy. He's fantastic. He's doing a great job, including having to do with the safety of airlines and getting in with the control towers and all new equipment that we'll be ordering in the not too distant future. So that we'll go from, again, one of the worst countries in the world for that, and we'll end up being one of the best countries in the world. That's automation, having to do with landings, takeoffs, and safety. But for his leadership at this important project, and that's the Dulles project, thanks as well to the CEO of United Airlines, Scott Kirby. Thank you, Scott. CEO of the Metropolitan Washington Airports Authority, Jack Potter. Thank you, Jack. And we've developed a great relationship with them. We're going to make this something special. As well as a member of the Airports Authority Board of Directors, Trent Morse. Thank you, Trent. Thank you very much. Dulles Airport is the primary international gateway to our nation's capital, which is now one of the safest cities in the country. It's one of the hottest cities in the country. We are the hottest country in the world. But our nation's capital has made tremendous improvements in the last year and a half since we got here. Crime is down by 84%. We've removed almost 8,000 career-hardened criminals. And amazing statistic, 2% of the people cause 91% of the crime. And we can handle that really easily. So I just want to thank our great National Guard and the Metropolitan Police and others that worked with us. But the job in Washington, everyone's talking about. I can also say, if you look at Memphis, Tennessee, where crime was rampant, and it's down now 71%, and it'll go down still further. And Louisiana, New Orleans, the governor called, he said, we need help. And we gave him help, and the crime is down 72%. And they just finished Mardi Gras, and they said it was the safest Mardi Gras on record. So we have a modernization of Dulles that's sorely needed. Last year's J.D. Power ranked Dulles 23 out of 27. That's a very bad ranking. Large airports nationwide, so it ranks at the bottom of the list, just about the bottom of the list. After an extensive review of more than 30 proposals with the top architects anywhere in the world, and I was involved with Sean and with a lot of other people actually, but Scott was very much involved, I can tell you. But we are announcing plans to add more than 5 million square feet of new or renovated space. We'll replace the current C and D concourses, which are basic disasters, all the while preserving the iconic original terminal. That is one of the great architects of the world did the original terminal, and it was very, very important that it be left. It's one of the reasons it was both an asset and a liability. The liability is that nobody wanted to build anything near it, and people had to walk crazy distances, and it's no good, not acceptable. So we've addressed it all, and we have a plan that's going to be phenomenal. But we're going to replace the C&D concourses and preserve the iconic original terminal that first made the airport an architectural landmark. So it's going to be something you can sort of see a little example of it right here. That's your front. On the other side of the street, we're building a massive 9-story, 8-story, 10-story, we're not sure yet, but we're building a parking garage that will be right next to the terminal. You'll walk right across the street, and you'll have a number of glass bridges that will go right into the terminal. Right now, you have to walk so far. You have to walk blocks and blocks to get to the terminal. And we have an empty site right directly across the street that nobody wanted to tinker with, which was crazy. So we're going to have a magnificent garage. What would you say, Sean? How many cars?
32,000 parking spaces.
32,000. It'll be actually the largest garage in the world. 32,000 is big. Mostly above ground. We don't like down. People don't like going down underneath. Mostly above ground. It'll be beautiful. But a central walking tunnel and a new air train connections will provide travelers with easy options. Really, it's an impossible airport. You get off a bus, you go into a train, you get from a train, you get onto another bus. It's a worse airport. This plan also includes expanded options for parking, modern check-in areas, more efficient security screenings, hotels, etc., etc. We have a beautiful hotel right on the property, but further away so that we can give the good location, frankly, the best location, to parking. So people literally will be able to park their car and walk 15 yards and they'll be in the terminal. In addition, many of the new restaurants and shops will be added, including plans for one of the largest United Polaris lounges anywhere in the world, and it'll be a beautiful level of luxury. This transformation is another step in our ongoing efforts to make Washington, D.C. safe and beautiful again. The safety aspects, both in terms of the airlines and in terms of crime, are unparalleled for what we're doing. For years, the United States has watched other major cities around the globe welcome travelers with grand and modern airports, yet the last major airport built in the United States was Denver in 1995, and it hasn't gotten very great reviews. That's more than 30 years ago. So we're doing something with Dulles that's going to make it, I think, the top, maybe the top anywhere in the world. And by the way, Palm Beach is going to be one of the top too. Palm Beach is going to be incredible what the plans are. The people, Joe, and all the people working in Palm Beach that have done such an incredible job. That's going to be an unbelievable airport very shortly. So it's time to ensure that the United States has the greatest airports anywhere in the world, and we're starting right here with the capital city. And you can see just before Sean goes up, if you take a look, this is only showing the terminal in one rung, but you have numerous of them. You have here, 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 and you have a spine coming. Here's your main entrance. You have a spine coming right through the building into these massive ports. Now, the planes won't have to be bothered because we drop down a little bit and our walkway is underneath. We have walking systems that go very quickly, or you can walk because it's very close. But this is it. So you enter here. You have a parking garage which will be built right here. This whole thing is parking garage. Probably 32,000 cars. That'll be a world record, and very convenient. And then you'll have glass tunnels that go into the airport right from here. So you'll be one story above. This road stays, beautified and stays. We keep this. This is your landmark. This is all new. This is your first tunnel, and then you drop down from there on. And so that when you have the planes, we'll be able to go right across without having to go back, make turns or anything else. It's going to be amazing. It'll be one of the largest airports anywhere in the world, and I think it'll be actually one of the most efficient and the best. So I'd like to ask Secretary Duffy to say a few words, and then Jack Potter, and I'd like to welcome a very great gentleman to our midst, Jensen Wong, who's here someplace, and he's, if we can do with an airport like he does with chips, it'll be the greatest airport anywhere in the world. He looks at this problem as being a very simple, problem to solve because his chips are a little bit more complicated. But it's important that he's able to travel nicely along with everybody else. And right now, this is not a very good airport. We're going to make it a great airport. Sean, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. So to your point, the President has worked incredibly hard to make D.C. safe and beautiful. I think this is the cherry on the top, Mr. President. This is the gateway to the world from our nation's capital. And any of you who've traveled through Dulles, it is dark, it is dated, a little dank maybe. It's not a great airport. And so we had multiple architects come in and present to the President. And we are blessed that not only does he give his time to really important matters, but he gave his building skill to take the best of all the designs and come up with this concept. So just if I could quickly point out, we keep the Saarinen building, so that's going to be the foyer, a whole new head house. We are going to get rid of the people movers, Mr. President. So if you don't know what these are like elevated buses. It's kind of like, it looks like it's from Star Wars, if you will. And they're slow and people are angry about them. We are going to get rid of those. We are going to have a horseshoe train system throughout the airport. And as you mentioned, right down the spine of the airport is going to be a walkway. So easy access to all of your gates, fast movement. And what I like the President, he was like, listen, we have to have great parking. So when you pull up to the airport, you have easy access to the concourses, to the terminal. And so I think this is one of the best designs, Mr. President, probably because you actually did it, that you'll see in the country as a whole. And we've had, this is bipartisan, Mr. President. a lot of people, whether you're Republican or Democrat, you hate the way Dulles operates. So everyone's come together, and we're building for America and building for the future. And it's your vision that made this happen. So thank you for doing this. And it's going to be, I think, it's going to be the premier airport in our country when you're done with it.
Well, thus far, what John said about bipartisan really is bipartisan. And I don't know if that's because it's the right thing to do, which it is, but it's also that whether you're a Republican or Democrat, you don't want to go and be subjected to this airport, because this airport is it's a terrible place to be, and it's going to be, I believe it's going to go, it'll be rated, within a few years, it'll be rated the best airport in the country. So it's going to be so efficient. Right now, it's totally inefficient. Between the trams and the Star Wars thing that they call it, the Star Wars, and elevated buses, and nobody knows what's going on. It's a real mess. And as you know, United is subjected to it. It doesn't help United very much. He's been very much involved with what we've done, and other airlines too. And I have to say that we've had over 30 architects and 30 different designs, and we did a little cherry picking, and we spoke to a lot of people about it, and we've come up with a plan that's efficient and really beautiful, and I think it's going to give you one of the most beautiful, keeping the Saarinen. So Saarinen was one of the great architects of the world, and when he built this 30 years ago, I guess, or about that, this was considered one of the eighth wonder of the world. This was considered the greatest terminal anywhere in the country, and it is. It needs some work, it needs some fix-up, but it'll be architecturally amazing. The rounded glass and the whole thing, massive sheets of glass. Cost was no object, unfortunately or fortunately, and we're going to be using that, and it's going to be fixed. We're using it again as the primary entrance, and almost that's about it, because essentially this is a brand new airport, and yet we're going to be able to work it well enough that it'll work at least as efficiently as it works right now. And in the end, you're going to end up with, I think, maybe the best airport and one of the biggest airports anywhere in the world. And it's going to be a great thing for Washington, D.C. So could I ask Jack to say a few words, please?
Yes.
Jack?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your inspiration here and challenge. You challenged all of us to step into the issues that you just described. We're very proud of the process that we've gone through. We're very happy that United Airlines, the Airports Authority, and the other airlines have agreed to step up and fund this thing. So this is not requiring federal dollars. This is going to be airport-generated dollars, airline contributions, which is phenomenal. It means that we're off to a fast start here. We're engaging with the Saarinen family to make sure that they stay intimately involved with this. All the aspects that were just described, I think, will make this a world-class airport. And you challenged us to do this. We're building off of growth, though. I have to tell you, our airport was the fastest growing airport in 24 and 25 of any large airport in the country. So we're going to continue to build on the momentum that we have, and we're excited about taking on this challenge, and it will be a challenge to construct this. And our goal is to construct it and make sure that the traveling public there'll be minimal impact to them as they transit through our airport. So again, Mr. President, thank you for your inspiration, and we look forward to your continued participate in this in the coming years, because we're going to bring designs to you and other things. So we very much look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much. Great job, Tim. Scott, would you like to say something?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Jack and everyone. We're really, at United, we're really excited to have this project get off the ground. The terminal that's out there today was built 45 years ago and was meant to be temporary. And so I've spent my whole career at United Airlines waiting for this day, and all the people of United Airlines have spent even longer waiting for the day that we could have really the best airport in the world. And this design is one that works great for the airline. The President talked about how it works great on the outside for the airline, but it's going to be a beautiful airport inside for customers. It's something that all of us at United, but really all Americans, will be able to be proud of, having an airport when people come into the capital that really represents what the United States of America stands for. So I'm proud of it as a CEO of United, but proud of it as an American as well.
It's going to be a great one. Thank you. Thank you for your help. And Trent, would you like to say something?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership on this. On behalf of the MWA board, this is something that everyone's tried to do for decades, and no one's been able to get it done. And without the President's leadership on it, we'd be back in square one. So thank you for your leadership on this project. Thank you to United and the Department of Transportation for moving this along as quickly as possible.
One of the things that is interesting, they were going to build this over a 60-year period. They were going to start with a little section here, a little section there, and that wouldn't have worked. It wasn't designed like this, but it wouldn't have worked. So we're doing it all at one time. It'll all be completed, and it'll be beautiful, and it'll be something very special. I'd like to say something.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to thank the Airport Authority and United Airlines for your partnership, the board of the Airport Authority. Your partnership is critical to make this happen. I know you had a plan to improve the airport, but as the President said, it was a long-term plan. We thought it was too modest, too slow, too modest. And with
60 years isn't too much.
Decades. But with the President's attention and focus on this, it's accelerated, it's expanded, and we're actually going to realize the vision, and a much greater vision now. So it's a very exciting day for Washington, for the whole nation.
Well, these people have all been fantastic, and they want to see it get done and get done properly, and it should be done as one airport, not being built in chunks, which would have been, frankly, a catastrophe, I think. So, thank you very much. You have any questions?
Mr. President, thank you, Mr. President. Very quickly on this issue, did you just say 2 years? It would take 2 years to finish
We
this?
think we can get it started fairly quickly. It's largely financed, and we need some approvals from Congress probably, but generally speaking, it's been very bipartisan.
And then on the attack, the drone attack on the LNG tanker off of Egypt, what can you tell us about that? And is there any indication it's Iran related? Does it represent?
Well, I'll give you a report. I've been briefed. It's a little more of the same, but it's going to be straightening out. It's going to be straightening out. In the meantime, we're going to be hitting them very hard because it's our turn to hit them. They know it's coming. They're asking us not to do it, but they tried shooting it last night. So we had 5 rockets shot going 8,500 miles an hour, and all 5 rockets were knocked down to the ground. But they nevertheless took a shot, so it's our turn. And we'll see if we get there with an agreement at some point, but we're going to hit them very hard.
Mr. President, first on this, is this expected to affect any incoming or outgoing flights?
No, we think we can do it without a lot of disruption, very little.
And then
It might even be better.
on Leader Thune, what's your reaction to him saying that there's no evident path to success on killing the filibuster or passing the Save America Act?
Well, that's too bad for him. I mean, that's too bad for him and too bad for the Republican Party.
Do you believe that?
He's got the votes. He should get it done. He should be able to get it done.
Mr. President, Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 100 times today.
Yes,
Senator
sir.
Rand Paul said he's going to hold a vote on holding him in contempt of Congress. Do you think Dr. Fauci should face repercussions for this?
Well, I watched the whole thing today, but more importantly, I was a part of the whole Fauci. I inherited Fauci. He was here from the 1980s, so I had him for a period of time. And I disagreed with him on a lot. I would have had to close down the whole country if I listened to him. I went the Federalist way, which is basically let the governors decide. And generally speaking, the Republican governors did very well. The Democrat governors did not very well. But Fauci wanted to have nobody wearing masks, if you remember, and then everybody had to wear 5 masks, as many masks as you could get. I mean, he made a lot of mistakes. And he wasn't a big factor for me. He was a very big factor for Biden. And if you remember, even though we were prime time in terms of that whole disaster of COVID, fewer in the Trump administration than in the Biden administration. We ran it well. Operation Warp Speed was talked about as being one of the great success stories anywhere in the world, actually. And we did a good job. But many more people died under Biden than died in the Trump administration from COVID. COVID was a disaster, but Fauci did not help.
Do you think that the DOJ should reopen the investigation into the auto pen, specifically pertaining to Fauci?
Well, the only thing you can really think about is the auto pen, because the most powerful thing a president has, they say, is the power of pardon. So he was pardoned by Biden. And I respect that. I know how powerful it is. It's a very powerful, they say it's literally the most powerful thing a president has. Now, whether or not I sign my things directly, almost everything I sign directly. You're witness to many of them. He signed very few. The only thing I know that he signed was Hunter Biden's pardon. But I'm not sure that he signed, he probably didn't sign this one. So I can't tell you what the law is. I've heard that you have to have a lot of proof. You need to have letters. You need to have all sorts of things that the person operating the auto pen has to know exactly what it's all about. He didn't know what it was about because I saw him testify. So maybe there's something on the auto pen. Other than that, the power of pardon is very powerful.
One question briefly on the.
Thank you. Beth Turner, GB News. We've just heard you talking about another example of American excellence. That's really what this is a project where you're striving to be the best in the world. As a Brit, that's really striking to me. You've had a couple of weeks to get to know our new Prime Minister. Have you spoken to him much? And do you think he is the man to lead us to excellence?
Well, he did say one very good thing. He said he's going to open up North Sea oil. If he does that, you're going to be a wealthy country. If he does it reasonably. I was telling Prime Minister Starmer, open up the North Sea. Open it up. You'll be okay. Open it up. They have two problems. They have a huge immigration problem. People coming from all over the world and just camping out in your country. And we've taken a very tough stand. In fact, for 14 months, nobody has come into our country. Zero, which is almost hard to believe, but that's what the report says. Our border has become very strong, and your border is very weak. He's got that problem, and he's got energy problem. He's got windmills all over the place, and anytime you see windmills, you see a failing country. And they're made in China, not used by China, but they're made in China. And you have a thing called the North Sea, and you buy a lot of your energy, as you know, from the North Sea. You buy from Norway, and Norway gets it from the North Sea. They get their oil from the North Sea. And Norway's got trillions of dollars in the bank, trillions. It sells its oil from the North Sea. And Scotland has a better part of the North Sea. And you have 500, 600, 700 years. You have areas of the North Sea that haven't even been explored yet. You have one of the most valuable oil finds anywhere in the world. And if the United Kingdom would use it, they'd be a wealthy country again. And I tell you what, I could not get Starmer to use it. It was incredible. Every oil company that I meet, and these are all big giants, every person that I know in the oil business said, please, could you open up the North Sea? Could you get them to open it? They're dying to do it. And if you open up the North Sea to the oil companies, Scotland, Ireland, the UK as a whole, but it's right in Aberdeen, Scotland. It's right in Aberdeen. And that would be one of the most vibrant. You know, it used to be called the oil capital of Europe. Aberdeen was the capital of Europe. And now it's, they don't drill oil. And nobody can understand why. You have it's among the finest oil, it's the best oil anywhere on the planet. And it's unbelievable plenty. You don't have to pay Norway triple what it costs them to take out. You have your own oil and gas. If you use the North Sea, the UK will be a really rich country. I cannot get the point across. The new gentleman, when I spoke to him, he said he's going to open up the North Sea. Let's see if that happens.
The Fed today voted to keep interest rates unchanged. Are you surprised by that? Are you disappointed in any way with Kevin Warsh and not being able to corral Fed members?
Yeah, Kevin's got a board. He's fantastic. He's a brilliant guy, smart. I know he'd love to see lower interest rates, but he's got a board, and it's a political board, and they want to keep rates up. But we fight through rates. We have the strongest investment ever made in a country, of any country. It was China about 13, 14 years ago. We have far greater, 19.2, even Jensen would say that's a lot. 19, and Jensen's spending a tremendous amount of money by hundreds of billions of dollars. He happens to be in the room. He's spending more than United, actually. Yes. Well, he's spending 10 billion, but Jensen's spending hundreds of billions, right? I don't know. That's not a bad business idea. But no, we have 19.2 trillion. It's the biggest number ever spent in any country by far, and that's over a period of 1 year. As an example, as you know, the Biden administration for 4 years did much less than 1 trillion. We're doing 19.2 trillion in 1 year. So we have things that are happening in our country, the likes of which nobody's ever seen. Plants and factories are moving in. Toyota just announced they're building one of the largest car plants anywhere in the world, and truck plants anywhere in the world. We are building more automobile plants now than at any time in the history of our country.
Mr. President, on those in particular, this is just one of several projects that you have underway in the DMV. Why would you say that you're so focused on transforming the Washington region right now?
Well, this is an important one. This is travel. So in terms of the importance, I think the Arc is going to be incredible. I think the protected ballroom and military center that we're building at the White House is going to be unbelievable. It's very important. But, this is the airport. This is sort of the lifeblood of a city or a capital, certainly a capital. And this will go from one of the worst, just like Washington. Washington was one of the worst places in this country, and now it's one of the best. You couldn't get into a restaurant because all the restaurants were closing or closed. They were afraid to have it open. Now you can't, if you're a restaurateur, you can't even find space to have a restaurant. The restaurants are booming. So, it's a great thrill. And by the way, if you look, Washington is clean, it's safe, people walk to work. Every day a young man or a young woman comes up and says, "Thank you, sir." I know exactly what he's talking about. They were afraid to walk to work. Now they literally walk to the White House. Washington is now a beautiful and clean. We got rid of the graffiti. 78 monuments and different things have been cleaned. They were strewn with graffiti. We had 28 fountains that not one of them worked. For years, for decades, they haven't worked. They're all up in service, and nobody's seen anything like it. We have it clean. We're changing all the grass in all the parks. That's going to be changed very shortly. The parks are, because the grass is very, grass is like human beings. Grass has a life also. And we're changing, we're raking, cleaning, and changing all of the parks. We don't have people, we don't have the tents anymore. We don't have all the barbed wire up. We don't have the wire up. Washington's become a beautiful city. It's become a hot city. But, even more importantly, the United States right now is the hottest country anywhere in the world.
Mr. President, just a point of clarity on the airport. No federal funding will be required. What did you mean when you said Congress may need to approve that?
So it's going to be bonded for $22.5 billion. United is going to partake in part of the payment, but the airlines who participate in the project are going to pay for it. If I can just make one point of clarification.
Yeah,
we have some permitting we have to do, but we think in the spring, this is both Concourse A. We think we can start construction in the spring of next year. So we're trying to move at the speed of President Trump. It's never fast enough, but we're going as quickly as possible so we can give a deliverable to the American people.
And the other thing Sean's doing, which I think is so important, maybe more important, I don't know if it can be more important than this, but he's working on air traffic control. We have an obsolete system. It's 50 years old. You saw the helicopter crash a year ago into a plane. That was a disaster, and things like that would never happen. Bells would have gone off in 4 or 5 minutes before it happened. You would have heard the bells and whistles would have gone off, and a thing like that couldn't have happened if you had proper air control. So what's happened is we're working very hard on getting the finest in the country now in the world. We've examined the systems of almost every good country in terms of air traffic control all over the world, and we have the best people working on it in the world. And it'll make, so often you'll see somebody even bunking into each other at an airport, but where planes come too close, where planes, in the case of the helicopter the helicopter hits the plane, we are working on air traffic control to redo the entire system, including the new towers, because the towers are obsolete. You don't think of it. You see a tower and it looks fine. You go into those towers, they're literally falling down. So we're talking about new towers and all new air traffic control, which will give us the safest anywhere in the world.
Mr. President,
why do you think Dr. Fauci invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times today when he has the pardon? And what was stopping him from just giving an honest testimony this morning?
Well, look, I've never been a big fan of Fauci. Why he did that was very simple. His lawyer told him to. I don't know if he would have been better off not doing it. There were a lot of questions that I guess he could have answered, and some maybe he didn't feel comfortable in answering, but his lawyer told him to do that.
Mr. President,
Prime Minister Andy Burnham hasn't mentioned publicly migration at all since he's gone into number 10. Did you discuss it with him?
I did, briefly. He's going to have to mention it because it's killing your country.
Mr. President,
killing.
You won't talk to GBUs.
He's killing your country.
You won't talk.
And not him. I mean, we'll have to see. I know Starmer did very little about it. And they're coming from all over the world. They're coming from Africa. They're coming from South America. They're coming from different parts of Asia. And they're invading Europe. I mean, they're invading Europe. It's an invasion. And the UK is a prime suspect.
Mr. President, on Todd Blanche, Senator John Cornyn of Texas has been hesitant to back the confirmation. Seems to be some sort of deal that he's talking about. What is your reaction to his hesitancy?
Well, all I can say is Todd Blanche is outstanding. And I thought it was pretty routine because he's so good. You just wouldn't find a better person. So I don't know, maybe John Cornyn's upset with me because I didn't endorse him. I don't know what it is, but I haven't heard that there's a problem. I heard he's going through quite nicely.
And do you think Senate Majority Leader John Thune, after the comments you heard regarding Save America and some other stuff, do you think he's still the man for the job?
Well, we're going to find out, and I'll let you know.
Mr. President, it was a beautiful service yesterday for Senator Graham, beautiful eulogy that you delivered. As far as Senator Darlene Graham is concerned, based upon your conversations, is she going to focus primarily on foreign affairs like her brother, or will she focus more on domestic issues?
I think domestic, really. I've spoken to her a lot, and she's much more focused on domestic, including costs and pricing.
And
I think she'll be outstanding.
Jake Clayton, he was just confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah, he's great.
Would you like to see him continue with Bill Pulte's work at exposing election
Oh yeah,
interference
sure.
in
I'm sure he will.
2020?
Bill did a great job, and Jay has just been confirmed. And you know, he's outstanding. He was the head of Sullivan and Cromwell for many years, and he's very outstanding. And I think he's going to do a fantastic job. And Bill was great. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in light of advanced ChatGPT AI models escaping their lab and conducting cyber attacks, are you considering stronger controls on AI, and would you consider negotiating?
Well, we're looking at AI. We're looking at controls. We're also making sure that we lead. So we're leading China in AI by a lot. China has virtually no controls. It's freewheeling a little bit. So we have to be careful in both ways. We don't want to restrict them where all of a sudden we come in second to China. Whoever wins with AI is going to win. That's how big it is. So it's bigger than the internet ever was. It's bigger than anything ever was. So I don't want to restrict. I know many of these people. I don't want to restrict them from doing great work. Yeah, please.
Under what scenario do you see Iran attacking U.S. installations and personnel overseas and you withdrawing? Or
I don't see that. No, we're not. No, we're gonna hit them very hard. I mean, I can actually say that because there's very little they can do about it. It was a different group than we're dealing with. They've already apologized, but you know, we got to smack them a little bit.
Mr. President, should hit back when they strike?
Will I always hit back?
Yes.
Pretty much. Yes.
Mr. President, just on a point of clarity on that, sir, is that in response to the attempted ballistic missile strike on Jordan last night? When you say it's our turn to hit back?
Yeah, I think more so that, yeah, because it was another smaller event. But no, they sent 8,000 mile-an-hour missiles at us, and fortunately we had our people operating the greatest equipment in the world, namely the Patriot system. Think of it, 5 missiles going 8,600 miles an hour, big ones, coming right at us, and all 5 were shot down. How about that, right? Pretty good. Nobody else could do that but us, yeah.
How was your meeting with President Volodymyr Zelensky yesterday?
It was good.
Do you see a time scale for getting
No, it
that
was good. Look, you know, he's out doing his thing. I'd like him to end the war. So it's very simple. I get along with both. I get along with President Putin. I get along with President Zelensky. And like I told him, I wanted to end the war, get the war ended. Thousands of people, 25,000 people died last month. That's standard. And it's not acceptable. So I said, just end the war.
Mr. President, on the war, do you want the House to come back before August 31st to act on the Russia and Iran sanctions bill after it
Well,
clears
if
the
it's
Senate?
necessary. I mean, it shouldn't be necessary, to be honest. But if it's necessary, I'd like to. Are you talking about the Lindsey Graham?
Yeah.
So I'd like them to add Iran as tariffs, not just as sanctions. I think it's important. That's what Lindsey wanted. Because I heard that they have tariffs on Russia, but not on those 5 countries with having to do with Iran. I'd like to see tariffs on Iran. It would make it much stronger. So perhaps you're very good at this. You can maybe tell them. I think they should put in for Russia, but I think they should put in for Iran. And that's really what Lindsay wanted. Yeah,
And
please.
on Iran, one more, sir, sorry.
And good job at the dinner the other night.
Thank you.
Did a great job.
Thank you, I appreciate that. President Xi told you that China would not give or sell Iran any weapons. And there's a new report that Iran's about to get 400 rocket launchers from China going through Pakistan to Iran.
Well, that would be surprising. I mean, things like that happen. But that would be surprising. He told me very strongly he wouldn't partake. And he knows I'd be quite disappointed. Yeah, please.
Mr. President,
And he's coming here, I think, on September 24th.
two questions. First, we're coming up on the 25th anniversary of 9/11, and a good number of 9/11 families have called on New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani to not attend a number of these memorial services. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think they're having a hard time with Mamdani. The people having to do with anybody having to do with 9/11 right now, on the victim side, and there are a lot of them, they're very unhappy with what's going on in New York, and they're very unhappy with the mayor. I understand that. Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Republicans are underway negotiating the budget. Would you sign a CR without the Save America Act protection? That's something you want to see?
I'll have to look at it, but they should get to Save America. How simple can it be? Voter identification, proof of citizenship. I mean, now you have to understand the Democrats, not one Democrat will sign because they want to cheat. There's no way they can get elected if they don't, if that happens. But we should have unanimous Republican support. And if we don't, people should look at those Republicans. But think of it. Who would not sign voter identification with photo? And who would not sign proof of citizenship? Only people that want to cheat. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Bev.
Only cheaters oppose the Save America Act. And no, Sergeant, I can't watch that, bro. That's so disgusting, bro. I believe that is AI made, but it was gross, man. Those big booties on the goats, that is just not something that I want to see, bro. I just do not want to see that shit. Unbelievable. I do have, all right, we're almost to the end here. I want to share Max Afterburner's new take on what is going on right now. Now, he does mention that they try to do some attacks, right? Iran tried to do some attacks, and they didn't do any damage, and they paid the price for it. But let's go ahead and share one of the clips that he actually has created. Probably won't watch the whole thing, but we'll definitely watch most of it. Let's take a listen. If you haven't already done so, I suggest you go visit his channel. He has great information. He is an ex-pilot, I believe, and has great knowledge of airplanes and all that stuff, which is one of the reasons why I like him and I like watching him. Besides, he's a real American patriot, and he supports our American troops. Here we go.
Good morning, everybody. It's July 29th, 2026, and we've got major events rippling across the Middle East right now. Just yesterday, CENTCOM posted an 810C. Yesterday evening, around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, an 810C Thunderbolt 2 appeared on CENTCOM's X page as a response to Iraq proxy militias that are owned by Iran. So U.S. Central Command put it at the top of an announcement, a picture of that beautiful A-10C. And now it looks like it was hitting, or at least some fighter jets. Not confirmed it was the A-10, but when CENTCOM posts an image like that, you might get a little burnt on these proxies. So showing the Warthog is a direct message, and here is the sequence. Here's all that went down. The A-10 Warthog, incredibly capable. Remember, even uranium-depleted rounds can be loaded in that thing, and it can absolutely decimate the enemy. But all this happened within 6 hours. So at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces launched multiple ballistic missiles out of Iran at United States forces in the Middle East, with videos coming in from Jordan showing multiple of these missiles being scattered across the sky and intercepted by interceptor missiles, some of them potentially even intercepted before they could get there by the U.S. Navy. Central Command called it exactly what it was. It was an attempted surprise attack. Every missile intercepted intercepted, nothing got through, not one American was scratched. And then America answered. Central Command and the Saudi Arabian Armed Forces conducted joint precision strikes across eastern Iraq against Iran-aligned militias that the IRGC had directed to attack American forces and Saudi energy infrastructure. It looks like American and Saudi fighter aircraft hit multiple terrorist logistics and weapon sites, and there's numbers behind this that are staggering. More than 30 IRGC-directed drone attacks in 72 hours, on top of more than 600 attempted attacks on Americans in Iraq between February and April alone. And now let's talk about the hardware. It doesn't confirm that the A-10 was involved, but yeah, that photo is not so subtle of a nudge to the cardboard Ayatollah that they just got put on notice by a titanium bathtub. That's the A-10C. It has the GAU-8 Avenger. It has loiter time like nothing else the inventory can match. And then the Royal Saudi Air Force, flying one of the most capable F-15E fleets on Earth, going into Iraq alongside the US, is just massive. And it's the F-15S and F-15SA, extremely capable F-15. We're going to break down how the F-15 teams up with the A-10, how all these strikes went down, and then stay for the global roundup section because something wild is going on with the US and the UAE, showing that this coalition in the Gulf with the US is coming together stronger than ever before. Also, President Zelensky visited the Oval Office and then stepped into Lockheed Martin right after. We're going to talk about all of that. That's about 3/4 of the way through the video. So Iran felt all tough launching their ballistic missiles, but the real tough guy entered the scene and didn't have to say anything. They just had to say Bert. But Central Command put both statements out that we just talked about within hours of each other, and they need to be read so I can show you guys the sequence of how this all went down. So at 5:45 p.m. Eastern Time today, Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps forces launched multiple ballistic missiles from Iran in an attempted surprise attack on U.S. forces based in the Middle East. All Iranian missiles were successfully intercepted. U.S. forces remained vigilant and at a high state of readiness. A U.S. official also told the Jerusalem Post that at least 4 ballistic missiles came at American bases in Jordan, and they called it a major attack. And note what preceded it. Iranian negotiator Syed Mohammad Marandi had posted publicly shortly before those missiles flew that Iran was fully prepared for all-out war, and then the response came after they launched their missiles. And they also said that they would not negotiate about the Strait of Hormuz at all. That's another quote. So yeah, they're basically like, yeah, we'll negotiate, but we won't negotiate about the one thing that really mattered. But it kind of seems like a little bit of gaslighting. But hey, we've never seen that before. And then after those ballistic missiles were swatted out of the sky by the US Navy, US Army, the interceptor crews that were doing what they do, striking those down, true heroes, really, going up and intercepting these, and the engineers who built the interceptor missiles, hats off. And then CENTCOM posted this: U.S. Central Command and Saudi Arabian Armed Forces conducted precision strikes in Iraq July 28th against Iran-aligned terrorists that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps directed to attack U.S. forces and Saudi infrastructure. U.S. and Saudi fighter attack aircraft struck multiple terrorist logistics and weapon sites across eastern Iraq in a strong response to over 30 IRGC directed aerial drone attacks in the last 72 hours. The unwarranted attacks against U.S. forces were not successful. And then the warning in plain language: the IRGC and its terrorist proxies must cease these attacks to avoid further U.S. military response. Absolutely. Central Command didn't name the exact militias. They didn't disclose locations beyond eastern Iraq and released nothing on the damage yet. What it did release was the number that frames everything. From February through April, more than 600 attempted attacks on American citizens and facilities by Iran-aligned militias inside Iraq alone. 600. And on the Saudi side, Major General Turki al-Maliki confirmed Saudi air defenses intercepted and destroyed multiple drones launching out of Iraqi territory at petroleum facilities in the eastern province near Riyadh. So let us talk about the airplanes that Central Command decided to show you, and likely what Saudi Arabia brought as well. So the Fairchild Republic A-10 Thunderbolt II built it in the 1970s for one job: destroying Soviet tank columns, pouring through the Fulda Gap. That company doesn't exist anymore. Soviet Union gone as well. But what's still here? The Warthog, and it's still flying. And this year, it's been one of the stars of this war. Let's start with the gun, because everything else is built literally around it. The Gallade Avenger is that 7-barrel, 30mm Gatling cannon firing roughly 3,900 rounds a minute. It is so large, the airframe was designed around the weapon instead of the other way around. And it sits slightly off center, so the barrel actually firing lines up with the aircraft's center line. Around the pilot is a titanium armored tub, and the flight controls are redundant to the point that the airplane can come home with pieces missing, as we've seen it do already in this conflict. And the most valuable thing here that it does, maybe the least dramatic, but amazing, is that it can loiter. Central Command said exactly that in its own post. The A-10 can loiter for hours, standing by and ready to execute a mission whenever needed. And that matters for this exact mission, because you're hunting militia logistics scattered across eastern Iraq, not necessarily fixed installations with a runway and a control tower, but think compounds, sheds, Toyota Hiluxes. Yeah, if you see a whole bunch of Toyota Hiluxes, kind of calling a spade. Anywhere there's terrorists operating around the globe, there's going to be a fleet of Toyota Hiluxes for sure. But then think about the parts that these teams use, maybe mortars, different rounds that they use, and then obviously drones. So you don't solve that with necessarily only fast movers doing 500 knots in one pass. You solve it with something that gets overhead, stays overhead, sorts what it's looking at, and hits precisely what needs to be hit. I mean, both do the job incredibly well, because again, the F-15 from Saudi is highly capable, and then likely F-35s, F-16s, F-15Es. We don't know the exact fighters yet, but I love the foreshadowing that CENTCOM gave us with that picture of the A-10. And remember, during Operation Epic Fury, the original part of the war, General Dan Kane, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, told us at a Pentagon briefing that the A-10 is now in the fight across the southern flank, hunting Iranian fast attack craft in the Strait of Hormuz. And here's the kicker. This airplane was supposed to be gone. Congress, though, blocked the retirement, mandating 103 airframes through September. Then on April 20th, the Secretary of the Air Force announced 3 squadrons would keep flying through 2030 to preserve combat power until the Defense Industrial Base ramps up aircraft production. So that's just amazing, knowing the A-10 will be around until 2030. The Warthog basically got to stay because it kept proving it was needed. And now this is something you won't hear anywhere else, but I want to spend some time on it because it's probably going to get underreported. The Royal Saudi Air Force went into Iraq with the US. Saudi Arabia flies the F-15SA. That's the most advanced Eagle variant ever produced, along with the F-15EX, with an ASA radar, fly-by-wire flight controls, and 2 more weapon stations than most F-15s have from the legacy fleet. They also fly Typhoons. They've been running combat operations over Yemen for decades. This wasn't a token contribution, though, and it's not a partner that you would have to drag along. They're highly capable. I know some of these pilots myself, and I've seen the way that they operate in Riyadh. Like, these are high-level fighter pilots in coordination with Central Command, and they reserve the right to respond further at the time and place of their choosing, because they're getting struck by these Iraqi militias. This is a professional military doing this by the book, and now they're right alongside lockstep with the United States. Seeing a Gulf partner step up and have the backbone to unleash their fighter jets along with US fighters is just great to see. I mean, it's downright inspiring. Some people might say one of the challenging things might be deconfliction. 2 air forces, 2 command structures, 2 sets of rules of engagement, 2 radio cultures, sharing the same airspace over a third country, Iraq, at night against targets that move. Getting American and Saudi aircraft over eastern Iraq on the same night on separate target sets without anyone stepping on anyone, that takes years of exercises to make possible, and that relationship didn't just get built this week. It got built over decades. The US has teamed up with Saudi in different exercises for decades to get to the point where the relationships are incredibly good, and we're seeing that play out right now as they take on the evil empire of Iran together. But let's talk about Iran and the actual force posture that they have, because remember, they're not nothing, and you can't discount the enemy. So when it comes to what they actually have, you've seen on the live streams that we've done, they have multiple bunkers with hundreds of locations to store these ballistic missiles. So that's exactly what they used, and they didn't necessarily think that their proxy units would be targeted. So right now, they're trying to show that they won't negotiate over the Strait of Hormuz at all. That's been their go-to talking point, and then they launch ballistic missiles during this tactical pause. But now it looks like the U.S. military has in no uncertain terms said that this ceasefire is over while they're eliminating these proxy networks in Iraq. But I love what CENTCOM said. They stripped it all away in one sentence. They said Iran-aligned terrorists that the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps directed, not affiliated, not aligned with, directed. And then Saudi Arabia, a country that has spent this entire war trying not to necessarily get pulled in towards Iran. We know they've been fighting against the Houthis, now puts fighters over Iraq. So Tehran didn't just lose a warehouse. They basically now have a coalition that's starting to ramp up against them, and this is a massive development in the conflict. You made it to the Global Roundup section, my friends. So here's what's going on. America is building the future with UAE. U.S. Central Command announced today that the United States and the United Arab Emirates are standing up the first bilateral military artificial intelligence task force in history. It's called Task Force Talon Synapse. Roughly 20 Americans and Emirati specialists in AI, data, cybersecurity, all combining because, this is a wild fact, the UAE had over 1,600 Iranian drones shot at it so far, and they've collected all that data to give them the ability to create AI targeting, AI detection, lots of things to counter Iran's drone swarms. And that just comes from experience, and the fact that the UAE is now teaming up with the US is a great sign. And then also a couple different presidents visited the White House just yesterday. That was Bibi Netanyahu from Israel and Zelensky from the Ukraine. So
and Zelensky from Ukraine. I love Ryan, man. He's such a smart man, very smart. I love the way he delivers the news. And if you don't appreciate that, you're a moron. But, you know, if we have in other news, you know, ICE agents, TSA is helping ICE agents to arrest and deport more criminals at the airports, etc. I want to play a couple of clips, you know, from this Fauci hearing. Very gay, Alex. Alex is 100% gay, and I'm okay with that. But I'm going to play a couple of things here. One of the things that I will let you know before this is that Mondani in New York, it's trying to pass the second wave of home taxes. Yeah, because everything has to be free. So let's go ahead and let's tax more people. Middle-class people are being taxed. Why don't we watch that little clip here and see what he says about it? And then I'm going to go ahead and give you some Holly, explosion, and some Fetterman. Little things that I want to hear. Let's go ahead and hear Mr. Dumdani.
Great. We got time for a few more. Right in the back. Yeah.
Yes. Couple questions.
Woohoo! Thanks. Jessie at Hellgate. Hi, Mr. Mayor. Hi. I saw your face on the cover of the New York Post yesterday. I'm not sure if you saw it yourself.
I haven't seen it as yet.
About the pied-à-terre attacks, to terrorize the rich. You know, this misinformation was really spreading that the city had put out some sort of hit list against rich people. In retrospect, do you think that there was a better way that the city could have rolled out the information around this tax and the tax list, there being kind of a public one and a smaller, more private one that we're unsure the number of? What can you say about that?
I think, as I've shared, what we did is following through with the law as it stands, and it's what localities do across the state, and it's also what the city has done. And we also know that when we do that, sometimes there are many people for whom it might be their first time in engaging with what the city is delivering on an annual basis. And part of the reason that we wanted to make sure that the letters were being sent out was also to ensure that any New Yorker who would have any questions about this would have the requisite time and the requisite staff that they could connect with to ensure that the final process would reflect that.
Great. We have time for one more. Dan, the back.
Republicans raise the debt every time they're in office, says this fucking moron, but yet ignores what we just heard. He is about to raise more home taxes. But let's not talk about that. That never happened. The Democrats did nothing wrong. Democrats are clean as a whistle. Right. Let's go ahead and get a Democrat in here to give us a little insight on corrupted Fauci.
Dr. Fauci, I'm not here to perhaps attack you or defend or anything. It's really just more, honestly, I just want to acknowledge I have had members of my family die from COVID, and now I also grieve for people that I've met that have lost their business through the pandemic, and they'll never been the same. Now, as during the pandemic, I was the lieutenant governor, so we were in the middle of all of that maelstrom, trying to find the right balance between protect life and protect the economics and for all of it. And I'm not sure if we got it all right or wrong, but without a doubt, I can continue to question myself. But one that it's not about much more your regrets, but I have one, and that is early on that there was the theory that the virus could have emerged from the lab. And early on that became like a right-wing kinds of theory, and I thought it seemed to make sense. Now there was a really advanced lab that was close by, and then you have this unknown virus out. So, but that became a very partisan thing, and now it seems now it's more and more emerging theory that would have come from the lab. Now, I think that the next time our nation's facing something like this, we are not become, as I might have been, blinded by the partisan idea that maybe the truth might come from a side that's different than you are. But I think we should really be willing to pursue truth, no matter where that may have emerged, after for all of that. So, and I now cede the remain back to the chair. Thank you.
Simple, neutral, fair enough. Mr. Hawley, what you got for us?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color tie are you wearing?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
What color is the carpet in front of you?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Let's just get one thing straight. You don't have any rights under the Fifth Amendment because you've been pardoned, as you very well know. As the Supreme Court has been clear for a century and more, Brown versus Walker, 1896, when he has been pardoned, he may not stand upon his privilege. You know that. Your lawyers sitting behind you now shifting nervously in their chairs, they know it. This isn't about the Constitution. This isn't about the law. This is about contempt. Contempt for this body and contempt for the American people. But I think I know why you're doing it. It's because you don't want to answer questions. It's because you did all kinds of terrible things. It's because during the pandemic you got rich, didn't you? You got rich while people were dying, hundreds of thousands of Americans, over 1 million in the end, and you were getting rich. And not only were you doing that, you were using federal employees with taxpayer money to apply for and solicit cash prizes for you personally. Cash prizes totaling over $1 million. You did all of that during the pandemic, didn't you? That's a question.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
You remember Greg Folkers? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Your chief of staff is the answer. Do you remember Patricia Conrad? Who was that?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
She was your personal assistant. And what were these individuals doing in the depth of the pandemic in November of 2020 when millions of Americans were suffering from COVID? What were they doing? I tell you what they're doing. Folkers was on your behalf soliciting and gathering information for a cash award. Let's look at it. We've got his email right here, right over my shoulder. Volker says, I'm working on this nomination for the Dan David Award for Fauci. We need to beef up the COVID part. Do you have language in the can that you could share that delineates how we responded in new ways to COVID? He sends this to multiple federal employees. What was the Dan David Award? Do you remember, Doc?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
It was a $900,000 cash award. $900,000 cash award. And he got it because he used federal employees to get it. And this wasn't the only award, was it, Dr. Fauci? In fact, you applied for and received at least 8 other federal cash prizes on federal time using federal employees and federal resources. Here they are over my shoulder. Besides the Dan David Award, you've got the Partnership for Public Service, you've got the Adelson Prize, you've got the Smithsonian Award, you've got the National Academy of Medicine's Award, you've got the CDC Foundation. In fact, you turned your staff into a full-time application machine. You actually wrote to people and said, do you think maybe I'd qualify? And you got cash for all of this. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 employees, was it? In fact, you used 8 separate federal employees on federal time using federal resources to solicit cash awards. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Here they are right over my shoulder. Here's all of them. The people that you use, federal employees, so that you could go and get cash money. And the most hilarious part is that you weren't content to even dragoon them into applying for all of these cash awards. You then had them go out to the ethics agencies and ethics watchdogs and demand that you be able to get the money. That's right. We've got it in your emails. Your staff and employees on federal time, using federal resources, being paid with federal dollars, are soliciting cash for you, and then they're turning around and saying to the agency, we don't want just an answer, we want to get to yes, because Fauci wants the money. He wants it. We want to get to yes, and yes takes time. This is your chief of staff again, using federal email to pressure the agency's own ethics people so that you could get money, so that you could get rich. And it violated the law, didn't it, Dr. Fauci? Didn't it? It violated the law, didn't it?
Is that a question?
It is a question. You can answer. Go ahead.
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Federal law, as you very well know, prohibits the solicitation of cash awards or other personal benefits for federal employees. And it certainly prohibits using your own employees to do this. 5 CFR section 2635-205B. It says it right there in black and white. You cannot use federal resources, federal dollars, federal employees, federal offices, federal email, federal time to solicit cash awards, and you did all of it, and the worst part is thousands of people were dying while you were doing it. You were supposed to be the nation's doctor, and you were playing one on TV, but this is what you were doing with your time. Isn't that true?
On the advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer based upon my rights under the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution.
Yeah, I can see why. I can certainly see why. You know what I can't quite figure out is that why you were so obsessed with it, because you're already rich. I mean, and your scheme worked here. I mean, your net worth now is north of $12 million. You got over $1 million in cash awards during COVID, during a 12-month, 24-month span during COVID. $1 million you knocked down in cash money using federal resources. Now you're worth more than $12 million. You've got a pension that in its first year paid out north of $400,000 a year. 1 million people dead, you're getting rich. 1 million people dead, you're using federal employees to get cash awards for you. 1 million people dead, and you're here taking the fifth because you don't want to admit that what really happened in all that time was a multi-month, multi-year course of self-dealing. Isn't that true, Dr. Fauci?
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now.
The libtards defending Fauci. Guess what? I got more for you. Coming from Hawaii. You guys remember the lieutenant governor from Hawaii? Yeah. Let's see why she's in the hot seat.
And new this morning, a massive pandemic-era investigation unfolding in Hawaii after the state's Democratic lieutenant governor was indicted by a grand jury last week. Sylvia Luke is now facing a 12-count indictment, including charges of criminal conspiracy, bribery, and falsifying campaign committee reports. Those charges do stem from a months-long investigation into allegations she took at least $35,000 from a businessman and lobbyist in exchange for securing funding for COVID testing locations where he worked as a consultant. Hawaii Governor Josh Green has publicly called for Luke to resign. A former Democratic state representative and Hawaii transportation official have also been indicted as part of the case.
Sure. MAGA propaganda. That's what the libtards say. What I find very interesting about this accusation that is MAGA propaganda is that we're talking truth with facts, with proof. You know what pisses me off? Fauci gets to sit in court pleading the fifth while I lost my business due to COVID bullshit. How about that? How about them forcing you to get the jab? How about them criminalizing you? How about them saying, to hell with your rights? I say to hell with Fauci's rights. It is a corruption as clear as daylight. To get a pardon, a preemptive pardon, a future pardon for something that you haven't qualified to be pardoned for. To call us liars, to say that we're just propaganda MAGA, you are retarded. If you really think that this is just about Trump, this has nothing to do with Trump. It's not MAGA propaganda, you retards. It's a fact. They abused the people, us, American citizens. You think I'm happy I lost my business because of that fucking moron? Because of that criminal? Well, we are losing businesses, losing jobs, losing police, losing military. This son of a bitch was becoming a millionaire. How can you sit there as a full retard saying MAGA propaganda? What the fuck does that got to do with anything? The truth is the truth. You should be able to see it. I even show you news from Hawaii. Guilty as hell. COVID-19 was a scam. Did people die? Of course they did. People with weak immune systems, yes, sure they did. Let me give you let me you in a little secret here. People were dying in car accidents, and they were branded COVID deaths. My father-in-law had COVID. He recovered. He died from organ failures. Nothing to do with COVID. And they name him death of COVID. Bullshit. They inflated those COVID deaths just like they do when they say that they are reducing crime in blue cities and states. You died of an overdose, COVID. You got hit by a car, COVID. It doesn't matter what happened or how people die. For some reason, during COVID, every other death that was naturally happening every year was nowhere to be found. For some reason, the regular flu deaths that happen every year, that didn't happen. It was all COVID. Flu disappeared during the COVID pandemic. Lies. Bullshit. Lies and lies. They told us to lock down while they were out there celebrating with their loved ones. You, the American people, could not go to your family's funeral because of this criminal Fauci and the libtards that follow him. They didn't allow us to pray in church because of COVID, but for some reason, they allowed thousands of protesters on the street. Let that sink in for a second, libtards. All the retard people that eat these lies, that tell you unvaxxers are evil, unvaxxers are un-American, unpatriotic, unvax. Meantime, all the doctors and the scientists who were disagreeing with Fauci and the libtards were getting fired. This bar, you think we don't know? Oh, we pay attention, suckers. We ain't no damn libtards. We are the people with common sense. We pay attention to what's going on around us. This is why libtards are getting worse and worse on the Democratic Party. It's a fact. Compare the Democratic Party 20 years ago to Biden's Democrats. Compare the Democratic Party during Trump just in the last year and a half to the Democrats from Biden, to the Democrats from 20 years ago. And watch what you get. Far, far left communist killers of this country. They will try to destroy the United States of America. But I'm going to tell you something. My God is greater than their God. My God is greater than Satan. And my patriots are stronger and smarter than the libtards. And we got more American citizens who love this country than the tens of millions of illegal immigrants that hate it. And we will stand for our country. Facts. The libtards will never accept facts. I lost a business that I worked so hard to grow because of COVID-19 bullshit pandemic. They lied to me and they told me if I got the vaccine, I wouldn't get sick. I got COVID 4 fucking times. You are retarded to call us Trump propagandists. That's why I have Trump's face right there. That's why that is my computer background this week. He knew President Trump was criminalized. And he knew we are not stupid. We are not stupid. The blind leading the blind, says Laura Ingram. What else you have, Laura? Let's try to teach something to these libtards.
The blind leading the blind. That's the focus of tonight's angle. Now, when you think about the past decade, 2016 until now, I don't think there'd be much argument that the most consequential events were the election 2 times of Donald Trump and the COVID-19 pandemic. And as it turns out, both Trump and the pandemic broke whatever was left of the so-called mainstream press. So despite their relentless con job on Russia collusion, and despite their efforts to tag Trump as an insurrectionist after January 6th, Trump cruised to victory in 2024. The media, who invested years, professionally years, of their lives trying to take Trump down, they're never going to get over this. And every day they see President Trump in the Oval Office, it's like another scratch at their scabbed over egos. They're disgusted by you, one of the 77 million Americans who voted for Trump. But they shouldn't be mad at the people. The media should be mad at themselves for not understanding the country better. thought that the release of the Fauci diaries would have forced the establishment press to have a moment, just a brief moment of self-reflection? Well, you'd be wrong. CBS, under new leadership, no less, still gave the story this framing.
Newly released diary entries by Dr. Anthony Fauci are shedding light on his soaring notoriety during the COVID epidemic. The documents released by Republican Senator Rand Paul include Fauci's reflections about being invited to A-list parties, calls with Barbara Streisand, but also some uncertainty about the origin of COVID.
Some uncertainty. No uncertainty. Well, as lame as that intro is, it's better than some of the other networks through yesterday morning. According to Media Research Center, none of the majors covered the Fauci story, hoping instead to preserve his saintly image that they themselves helped create. Well, a saintly image is exactly what the entire media complex foisted upon Anthony Fauci, and no one was more fawning than CNN.
You are seen to many as a superhero, but you are a human being, and you've been working nonstop. How do you keep yourself going in the face of all of this death and disease?
It's really just focusing on the enormity of the problem and the fact that I do have a role in the response to this problem.
Oh, his role, just focusing on the enormity of the problem? Yeah. And how well his bobblehead dolls were selling. He was interested in that as well. Now, we should note that the Fauci story did finally get a mention last night on CNN, and this is how it went down.
I think one situation that, frankly, where we saw the government was certainly obfuscating, didn't have any transparency, was Anthony Fauci, who were getting his diaries today, where he was purposely obfuscating about that's actually something where we know he was purposely obfuscating.
We're sitting here talking about Americans who were killed in theater, okay, as a result of a war. We are not going to pivot to Anthony Fauci's diaries.
Not going to pivot. Of course she's not going to pivot. You see, for the media to admit how wrong they got Fauci would be akin to their admitting how wrong they were about the fact that Trump understood politics better than they ever did.
Boom, baby. Tell him, Laura. This is why I love this lady. This lady is one common sense, patriotic American. I love Laura Ingraham. Truth, facts. This is the poison for libtards. They can't handle the truth. Acknowledge me. Oh, the libtards, you are squirming. You guys can't find any excuse to make for the retardation in your party. You guys are all full retarded. Nobody goes full retarded except for you, libtards. Unbelievable. We got all this white guilt socialist Karens. And that goes for the men as well, because all they are pussies. There is no man on the left. They all have vaginas. That's it. There is women, and then there is pussies, who are men who call themselves women. You can't make this up. Before you argue with me, go ahead and put it on the chat and say, what is a woman? Tell us, please. Tell us on the left. Enlighten us with your wisdom. What is a woman? Laura, go on, girl. Keep telling them. Tell them the truth.
And they're never going to concede that. Never.
Nope, never.
So this glaring blind spot means that they can't be trusted to objectively analyze anything that calls into question their own left-leaning worldview. And sadly, the Democrat leadership suffers from the same affliction. They're so power-hungry and so twisted by TDS that they couldn't see that hating Trump was never enough to keep their party going.
Look now in 2026. We're not just talking down there underneath the Potomac. We're talking down there with the Titanic. We're talking 24 points underwater. And this is just the party overall. This isn't the congressional leadership. This is the party. The party. It's just a terrible, terrible, terrible brand.
Anton's pretty fair to both parties on these polls. But wait a second. Didn't the media tell us that the Republicans were likely to get blown out in November? It was all about a certainty. Might as well just not even vote. It doesn't seem like the DNC thinks so, because a few weeks back, a stressed-out DNC chair, Ken Martin, reportedly threw his phone at a junior aide's desk at party headquarters under mounting financial and political tensions. New York Times reported that, so did Fox News. Things are so bad for the Democrats, they took out a loan also against their own office building to secure a $15 million credit line. So if Republicans are supposedly being dragged down by Donald Trump, why the heck are Republicans killing Democrats right now in fundraising? Well, the truth is, the Democrats and the media, they are going to slobber over anyone they think can help them stop Trump. They're not going to see the facts right in front of them. That's why they protected Fauci. That's why they covered for Biden and ran defense for Kamala. And that's why they've been ignoring the obvious warning signs about the Democrat socialists and people in Maine like Graham Plattner. But of course, the facts are stubborn things. All the things they ignored were disasters. One after the other imploded. So what's next? Well, they run to slobber on their new guy in Maine.
A lot of their money is going to go towards ads calling you a communist, and they're going to get help from the co-chair of the DSA, who said she wanted to abolish the Senate, get rid of the president, get rid of the Supreme Court, empty the jails, stop funding national defense, erase the borders, defund the police. Do you support any of those things?
No. I mean, but what I do support is a government that works for everyday, people.
I like how they're laughing it off. All that list of things, it doesn't matter. Well, of course, Jackson supports all of the above. A couple more questions would have revealed that. Because it is virtually impossible to survive as a Democrat in Maine and many other states and not sign on to the DSA agenda. So no matter how much the press tries to help them smooth out the socialist edges, the truth is the old Democrat Party has allowed itself to be swallowed up by the nut jobs.
I don't think ICE needs to exist. For the better part of our country's history, we did not have an ICE, and I think we can do a much better job when it comes to immigration without one. So yeah, I'm going to take...
Yeah, for a better part of our country, we also didn't have a fucking invasion of millions and millions of illegal immigrants. What a fucking moron running for mayor. If this loser wins, man, these people are retarded.
Take the bullhorn, and I'm going to say that I think we need to abolish ICE because I am not afraid of what they're going to say about me.
No, he's not afraid. Of course, the real question is what the voters in Michigan will have to say if somehow El-Sayed wins his Senate primary. Now, a guy who actually does know how to win as a Democrat, and he did it for Obama, seems a little worried.
Michigan is a seat the Democrats absolutely have to have. There's no scenario they can lose Michigan and win the United States Senate. And this is a debate between two wings of the Democratic Party. Democrats can't get pulled into a fight on communism and got to stay where they are right now, which is cost of living.
Well, good advice. But of course, to that issue of cost of living, Republicans have an easy response. Imagine what the cost of living will be if another 20 million illegals are allowed into this country. And what your life will be like if criminals fear no punishment. If the socialists take over major industries and the rationing begins. Socialists can't run the country if they can't run Seattle. So smart Democrats, Messina, he sees this, but they're afraid to really say it in stark terms. And that's why they're in political trouble today. So just as the Dems and their media apparatchiks ignored obvious concerns about Fauci and the COVID lockdowns, just as they ignored Biden's decline, they're now doing the same with the threat that the socialists pose to their party and the nation. That is bad politics, and that's the angle.
Be sure to like and
subscribe
for all the...
Let's go Michigan. Not Washington, not yet. Washington will be here in a couple of years. Don't worry. In about a year and a half, to be honest, we're going to go ahead and put our name on the hat. Man, what an amazing day. There's nothing that I have to prove. Libtards, they just prove themselves to be retarded. I don't understand why. Why are they so proud of being retarded? Why are they so proud of being socialist Karens. I just don't get it. I don't get it. What I do get is that the truth is coming out, and people will pay the price. Fauci should be in jail. There's no doubt about that. Fauci should be in jail. Oh, man. I don't know. I don't know if Fauci will go to jail. He's got pardoned. I mean, it was a digital pen pardon. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Trump can deny that. I think Trump can, because it was a digital pen. I don't think he wants to do it until he confesses. And the lawyer for Fauci, let me tell you, he's not stupid. He might be low IQ on some things, but he's not stupid. If Fauci confesses of his crimes, I will be surprised if President Trump, maybe I shouldn't have said it. I should have never said this. I'd be surprised if Trump doesn't remove that pardon. Knows it. Every single one of them signed with a digital pen. Woo! My lip hurts. Man, you know what? May God have mercy on your soul. Guys, love you very much. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for becoming members. Thank you for everything you do for me. I appreciate you. God bless you. God bless your family. And God bless the USA. I'll see you on the next one.